Look at the hat. Yeah, my issue is this like music box music is very pretty, but I don't know if you guys can even hear it with like the current audio settings, but the start load up sound is also very loud. So, if at any point in time while we're going through this, it's too quiet for the music, or perhaps it's too loud for the music, just let me know. This game has some really, really good options in terms of like audio accessibility, stuff like that. You can, of course, do everybody individually alongside extras, the voices overall, the sound and music separately. There's even like this, I believe it's a feature of Ren'Py, where there's like an auto voice playback thing to help with those who are vision impaired. Lots of really good, solid. Oh, yes. Hang on. This section is just for voice lines. You can either cut them off when a new line starts, or you can keep them going. This is the self-voicing. That is something for Ren'Py, where it's meant to assist people who are visually impaired. I have kept every other accessibility feature on, the audio cues, because the audio cues will tell you the title of the music that's playing when it changes. I'm less concerned about knowing like the description of an audio cue, but the music tracks, having like knowing what exactly is playing, that sounds really nice. I have kept the screen shake on, but that is an option to turn off if it's like ever too much at any point. And then I did keep the image descriptions on because it should just be like a brief bit of text describing whatever CG pops up, so it shouldn't be intrusive. If it is intrusive, then of course I can turn it off. We should have access to the options at any point in time while the game is going. Technically there are different font sizes and colors too. I didn't mess around with that though, I just had the defaults on. And then there is just general like text speed, auto forward, etc. I think I don't have to mess with that either. I'm going to keep the music volume as it is, like I said, for now. But again, please tell me if it is too quiet or too soft, or sorry, too quiet or too loud as we get into the actual main game with proper tracks. That's not just a music box. But hello, Cookie! Thank you for donating 2,000 points to my husband's team. I understand how it is, but thank you for the points. I hope you're having a good evening. And then hello, Nashoba. Hello, Evie. Hello, Randomist. Welcome in, all three of you. How are your evenings going? How are your Saturdays? Fun fact, we actually got snow up here where I am. It snowed for like most of the day, honestly. Quite the gay-looking title screen. Yeah. It's meant to be gay. It's a Yuri visual novel. If it's not immediately gay, what are you doing? You did something bad, Nashoba? Uh-oh, what did you do? You got snow yesterday, Cookie. I must have come over from wherever you were. This does look familiar. Yes. This came out in 2019. And it made a bit of a splash for those who are in the visual novel space / Yuri space. So if you've seen this before, it's probably because it had an impact on the community at the time. I am just several years late like I normally am. Teehee. You bought Bravely Second and Bravely Default 2, Nashoba. Honestly, they're not bad picks. Bravely Second, I wasn't the biggest fan of, because I wasn't a huge fan of the protagonist, but like, and you know, some of the writing decisions, but still very fun game. Bravely Default 2 has unfortunately other writing decisions that I don't agree with, but I hear that the actual gameplay is still just as good as the other games, so you should be just fine for that. Also, Randomist! You are also funding Team Husband? I can't believe you guys. It's already at 25% of the way there. I thought you guys liked me. Why aren't you loyal to me? Tch. Also, thank you, Nashoba. Thank you. If nobody's got me, Nashoba's got me. Okay. You shouldn't have spent the money, Nashoba. That I can understand. Bravely Default 2 is on the Switch, but Bravely Second is 3DS only. How much did you have to pay to get a copy? I assume it was a physical copy, right? You're not just, emulating it. I hope it wasn't too upcharged from when it originally released. You did end up buying 2 games yesterday and today, Cookie. Ooh, what did you get? $35 for Bravely Second? Oh, honestly? That's good. Yeah. That's like a 100-hour plus JRPG right there that you're getting for $35. That's a solid deal. Escape from Ever After and Look Outside. I do not know Escape from Ever After, but my husband has actually played Look Outside. He said he enjoyed it quite a bit. The thought of someone suffering in a Souls game is funnier than watching a non-idol fan play a gacha game. Damn it! Gah! I thought you guys would find it funny. Damn it. Gonna lurk, Nishoba? Oh yeah, no worries. Have fun with your lurk. Enjoy. You like me if the options are pay points to have you stream a game I have no interest in watching, or pay points to stream a game I actually really like. You know which one you're gonna use. Ah, I see. You know what? Understandable. Have a nice day. I guess I can't blame you for that. I thought more of my viewers would be interested in Uma Musume. I guess not. Okay. Escape from Ever After, much like Bug Fables, a Paper Mario inspired RPG. Oh, I loved Bug Fables. Genuinely, at some point down the line, I'm going to play Bug Fables. So that is promising. Let me know what you think of it, Cookie. Because some Paper Mario-like RPGs actually pull it off better than others, if you know what I mean. So I'd be curious to hear what your opinions are on it. If, like, did you play Bug Fables? Did you enjoy Bug Fables? I hope you did. It's a good game. But enough of me rambling before actually starting the game. Let's get into it. This is chapter 1 for Heart of the Woods, a winter wonderland. Oh, I see. This is the opening narration from the protagonist then. A winter wonderland. That's how this place was pitched to us. Out in the middle of a forest with an unpronounceable name in a village that time forgot. In the email, it sounded like every other ghost hunter's paradise that we get messaged about. Isolated and antiquated, with a tourism board encouraging hokey effects and gaudy billboards. The vast majority of those emails go unanswered. If Tara... Oh, is it Tara or Tara? I think it's meant to be Tara. If Tara weren't so capricious, this one probably would have too. But no. Something about journeying to the middle of nowhere for a month struck her fancy, and like always, I let myself get dragged into it. So here I am for the last time. On board a lonely train to the village of Eisenfeld, Tara and Maddie sit in an uncomfortable silence. Maddie has blonde hair and red glasses and wears a green jacket. Tara has layered red hair and a black hoodie with a t-shirt of the moon. Tara is sleeping while Maddie is looking out the window. Also have to say, just look at this art! I believe the button to hide this is H. Yeah, look at that! Oh, gorgeous. Like, look at the folds on that scarf. That's so nice. You played Bug Fables twice, Cookie? Let's fucking go. I've only played it the once, but we played on hard mode ever since the badge was unlocked, and then, like, did everything we could before beating the game. So that was how much my husband and I enjoyed it. So definitely keep me posted on what you think about the new one that you're trying. You have info dumped about Souls games before, randomist. Yep, okay, I do remember that. But yeah, look at that, so pretty. The train beats out a slow, monotonous rhythm beneath us. It's an older machine, the sort that looks like it's supposed to take us to wizarding school, or that should be in a museum. When I bought the tickets, I thought we'd be getting on something a bit more modern. Oops. I shifted my seat, the tattered cushion and wooden boards doing little to soothe the pain in my back. We've been on this train for 12 hours, and I can feel every one of them in my bones. Tara's been out for the past 6, upright but fast asleep. If the bumpy ride bothers her, she doesn't show it. The paperback she was reading dangles low in her hand, in danger of losing her spot in the book. I scuff my feet across the floor, kicking at nothing. As tired as I am, I'm afraid for our journey to the end. For Tara to wake up, to have to talk to her. I'm almost offended she can sleep. She should be as preoccupied as I am, fighting off intrusive thoughts and wondering what to say. You wouldn't know from looking at her that we've barely spoken for 3 days. That's how long ago I told her this would be our last trip for the show together, and that I was quitting once we got back home. Everything since then, packing, booking our tickets, finding someone to take care of the cat while we're gone, happened in a blur. We've been cordial, but that's it. My heart hurts, but it tells me I made the right decision. Yawning, I lean back against my seat and pretend it's comfortable. The cushions are unnoticeable, nearly as firm as the wooden floor beneath us. A heater in the corner hems and haws like an old man, but it's not nearly powerful enough to fight off the chill. I desperately wish that I could sleep too, but one of us needs to be awake when we get to the station, and that should be any minute now. Plus, I've never been able to fall asleep on planes or trains anyway. My eyes are sore, and I rub one of them as I press my cheek to the cold window. Outside, it may as well be another world compared to the city we left behind. If not for the moonlight, I wouldn't be able to see anything, but the soft, white glow makes the snow and nearby forest glisten like it's under some sorceress's spell. A winter wonderland. The trees are all bare, save for the blanket of snow that covers them. Their empty branches look like something out of a kid's Halloween movie, shaking in the wind as if possessed. They seem to stretch on forever, farther than even I can see. It's more like an ocean than a forest. Morgan certainly wasn't exaggerating when she said this place was remote. Intermittent lights flicker amongst the trees in the distant darkness, which I assume come from either winter campers or hermits. I'd call them crazy, but I'm about to be in the exact same position. Something catches my eye way out in the woods. One of the trees, barely visible, seems to shake in a different way than the rest, as if blown by a different breeze. A thin layer of frost is beginning to form on the outside of the window as I push my face against it, turning to try and find whatever it was I saw. It's gone, though. It was almost certainly never even there to begin with. Either my eyes were playing tricks on me, or the moonlight was. I sigh and sit back again, allowing my eyes to barely close. I won't fall asleep. I'll just... I'm jostled back into alertness as the train lurches harder than before. There's a shrill whistling sound, and then the shudders of the train grow stronger as we begin to slow down. The driver hit the brakes. We're almost there. Across from me, Tara is undisturbed. Somehow, she still hasn't dropped her book. Apparently, she's less clumsy when she's asleep. Ooh, Evie, you know about this visual novel because you followed the artist for quite a long time. That was actually that was one of the selling points mentioned on Studio Ellen's website, is that apparently the artist, it's like her first 18+ work that she's illustrated for. Not that this has any, like, you know, explicit scenes. It's just, I think it's, like, officially... I don't know what the I guess, significance is of doing 18+ work, but here we are. Speaking of buying games, you grabbed Long Live the Queen a couple days ago for cheap. Let's go, Randomist! I hope you enjoy dying in all the different ways that you can in that game. Through the frosted window, I can see the lights of what must be Eisenfeld as we approach the station. They're few and far between, like scattered stars. The buildings appear to be placed sporadically, nestled on and around a hill. As we round a bend, the village goes out of sight once more. I can't really put this off any longer. I lean over and shake Tara's shoulder.
Hey, wake up. We're almost there.
Oh, that's her voice? Ooh, I need to change how I'm reading the narration then to better match that, because it's all from her perspective. Without opening her eyes, Tara mumbles a response.
How close is almost?
But that's not the voice I would have expected. Okay. So it's just a lower voice, so it's more like, seriously?
I don't know. Couple minutes.
Okay, I'm getting up.
She isn't getting up.
I mean it. If you sleep through the stop, we're just going to...
I'm up, Mads.
Maddie looks over at Tara, who raises her head from the book. She finally opens her eyes. I cut off the end of my sentence, not sure if I was serious or not. We're not even there yet, and we're already snappy. God, I wish I could sleep. Just a little longer, I tell myself.
You excited?
Little bit.
Lie.
You?
Kinda nervous still.
What is there to be nervous about? We've done this 1,000 times.
Yeah, well, this isn't like those other 1,000 times.
Man, I'm really enjoying not having like a super high-pitched protagonist. Like, I feel like that's kind of my standard when it comes to visual novels, is that I just expect them to have higher-pitched voices. Like with Love Curse yesterday, it was like almost all of them I would say were like higher voices, except for maybe one or two. So this is nice. This is really nice.
And you know that.
She shrugs again, not
I
meeting
don't know,
my
Maddie.
eyes.
I'm sorry. Let's chill.
I think we're still in Maddie's POV for the narration.
Yeah, sorry.
We lapse into silence. At least when she was asleep, it wasn't awkward. I just want off this train. I want to be distracted by going to the cabin and taking in the new sights. Any minute now.
Hey, listen.
Yeah?
I know you're like not super thrilled to be here.
She pauses, likely hoping for me to disagree. I don't.
But let's just be cool, okay? Let's just try and have a good time.
I breathe a deep sigh, let it out slowly. She's right. I'm committed to this trip. I can at least make it easy on myself.
Okay. Sorry for getting bitchy. I'm tired.
I feel ya. Hey, how do I look?
Like you just slept for 6 hours on a train.
That bad, huh?
She messes with her hair in some attempt to improve its state. The results are unnoticeable at best.
Hopefully it's good enough for Morgan...
Fisher.
Morgan Fisher.
If she's meeting her online hero or whatever, then I doubt she'll care that your hair's a mess.
God, I hope not. I don't want to end up on some fashion faux pas vid. For real though, if she's super fangirly, then let's just let her get it out of her system and hopefully she won't make things weird later.
Making things get weird later is kind of our specialty though.
Yeah, true. But hey, it got us to 250,000 subs, so like, we must have been doing something right.
Well, let's go. The big time, small time YouTuber. I just nod. I still can't help but fixate on how everything she says is past tense. It's over after this. It's fully my decision. All I have to do is say the words and things will go back to normal. I doubt Tara would ever bring it up again if I asked her not to. It'd be so easy. Cute. We got it like a title screen drop. Very nice. We step off the train and into another world. A frigid wind saps the heat from my body almost immediately, as if it had been waiting until we arrived to pelt us until our skin felt like it was burning. I instinctively wrap my arms around myself to try preserve what little body heat I have left, but it doesn't change a thing. I might as well not even be wearing a coat for all the good mine does. As nice as it is to have the moon keeping things from being completely pitch black, I could really go for some cloud cover right about now. Anything to keep some warmth around us. Tara doesn't even notice the cold. Armed with nothing but her signature jacket, she seems immune to the chill. She's oohs and ahs all over the rustic train platform like there might be a ghost hiding in the rafters. Just a minute later, the train rumbles off into the night, leaving us behind. Not a single passenger boarded. If the person we're staying with is a fangirl, she'll probably make it weird later. Yeah, I think it's questionable, at best, to be staying with a fan, but I understand they're probably, even if they have 250k subscribers, they probably still are trying to save on expenses. As long as she doesn't pull an adoring fan, things will probably be fine. Probably. I don't know if this game has bad endings or not. As far as I know, it's much more traditional visual novel as opposed to like, no, I guess it's not visual novel. It's more, what is the term that people use when there is like no real gameplay and it's just a story that plays out? Is that visual novel? I feel like people have made the distinction before between, okay, there is like some distinction that I've seen made before between like visual novels that have choices and visual novels that don't, and I don't remember what the terminology is. Yes, kinetic. Yes, Cookie. That's it. A kinetic novel. A kinetic novel. There are still some choices in this game, but as far as I know, it's a lot closer to a kinetic novel than Love Curse from yesterday, where we had the whole like choose your person, choose the thing that you're saying during the events, that sort of thing. Do I know what you're referring to there, by the way, randomist? I feel like I've heard of it before. Is it that one Elder Scrolls meme? Or is that something else entirely? Yeah, I just looked it up. Kinetic novels is the term I was thinking of. Thank you, Cookie. Well, I think it's not that kinetic makes it more interactive. I think kinetic is that it moves on its own, essentially. Yeah, on Wikipedia, technically it's a brand. It's a brand of the Japanese software publishing company Visual Arts. The productions of the kinetic novel label are unlike other visual novels that no choices are given to the player. They only have one possible outcome. So I've heard other people, like, even though it's a brand, I've heard other people apply it to visual novels that do the same thing. Oh yes, not a single passenger has boarded, and Tara watches it go, nodding in approval.
Okay, this place is already killing it in terms of atmosphere.
It's like she's completely forgotten the uncomfortable energy that had filled the train, back to her usual overly excited self. I should probably be bitter, but instead I can't help feeling jealous of how she can just shake it off. She has a little pocket camera that she's been carrying with her, and she uses it to take a few pictures of the inky blackness surrounding us. I glance upward at the lights which hang from the ceiling. They're small candles lit with real flame as opposed to electric. One of them has blown out and swings uselessly in the breeze. They're about as ineffective at keeping away the darkness as my coat is at keeping me warm. The low light will surely ruin Tara's photos, but she's snapping away without a care.
You know none of those are actually going to be visible, right?
She ignores me. I should probably just let her enjoy the moment.
This place really does feel super eerie. Listen.
I do, and it soon becomes apparent what she's referring to. The silence. All around us, it's quiet. Even the sound of the train has faded, leaving us in total solitude. The flickering lights of Eisenfeld seem impossibly far away, though I know it can't be more than a half-hour's walk.
It's so quiet. Isn't that cool? We're definitely not in Kansas anymore.
That's one way to put it.
Aha, reference. I strain my eyes and ears looking for any hint of Morgan, who is supposed to be picking us up. You'd think the sound of a car's engine would carry pretty far out here.
For real though, I think this could be the place where we finally get some hard evidence. Something solid.
She says this every time, but she usually sounds like she means it
Just
more.
look at it. Something's gotta be out there. I can feel it.
We both look off towards the trees. From the train, it was difficult to see where they ended. Here on the platform, it's impossible. My expectations aren't any higher than usual, though, which is to say, non-existent. I wonder if Tara really believes what she's saying either. When she speaks again, her voice is quiet.
That would be the perfect send-off, wouldn't it?
Her words sting. Damn it, not here, not already. I want to try and deflect away from this somehow, to set her back on her path. Let her enjoy this moment without me spoiling it.
Who knows? Maybe this will be the one that finally gets you a con panel so you don't have to crash someone else's.
That was one time, and their panel would have sucked without me.
Her voice has an edge of her typical bravado again. It's a relief to hear. She returns to her camera, and I give myself a moment to try and take in my surroundings. Supernatural or not, there's something oddly serene about this place. That said, I'd like it a lot more if it wasn't so damn cold. I shiver and cross my arms even tighter. Surely, Morgan will be here soon.
I can't wait to see the village tomorrow. I hope it's like one of those museum exhibits with the little replica towns and people.
In what way?
Like, architecturally.
She sounds out the word slowly. Oh, do you have like negative int, girly? I
All
understand.
rustic and old-timey.
I can't imagine that it'll be that different from home. They've got to be modern enough for Morgan to watch Paranormal after all.
Oh my god. Okay, so I was saying it right. It's Tara. That's such a... I hate that. I hate that that actually works really well for like a paranormal ghost chasing show when your main star is named that. Ugh. Hate that, but also love it at the same time.
If you're expecting people to be walking around in monocles and waistcoats, you're gonna be disappointed.
Here I thought I'd finally get a chance to show off how amazing I'd look in a top hat.
I'm sure you'd be the teen heartthrob of the Victorian era.
She gives me a brief snort of amusement. Her responses feel more muted than usual, but the fact that we're still able to banter is a good sign. I'm glad that I can cheer her up, even if I was the cause of her low mood in the first place. However, after a moment, she looks back at me. Her expression is serious for once.
Okay, so about Morgan. Like I said before, let's give her a chance to get all the excitement out of the way first. We should be nice and friendly, but let's try to keep it professional.
Professional doesn't sound like it's much for you guys if you're ghost chasing, but it's okay.
I never thought I'd hear you, of all people, say that.
Oh, Leon DRV, hello! Welcome in! What's good? We're just getting started with Heart of the Woods. And I have a nice little cake snack, so I'm doing great. How about you? How has your Saturday been? Thank you so much for donating 2,000 points to my husband's team! You too? Man! Everybody's taking his side. I can't believe this. It's over 25% of the way there. Shaking my head. Hey, what is that emote? Shark sip. I assume that means you're unbothered, but it's fine. It's fine! You know? I've already played part of Dark Souls before. I'm gonna show all of you. I'm gonna be cool. Yeah! I'm not actually gonna be cool. I don't remember how to play the game at all. I find myself flashing back to all the unprofessional situations I've had to extricate Tara from, ranging from bad one-night stands to actual police custody. Oh my god, okay, girly. I thought it was just mild level, like, tee-hee, sometimes we break into abandoned homes, not like police custody. There are a lot of ways I could describe Tara, but professional is definitely not one of them.
Hey, I usually make a good first impression. It's just the second impression and beyond that you've got to watch out for.
I laugh out loud at that, and I catch her smirking before she looks away. She can play it cool all she wants, but I can tell from the way she's bouncing up and down that she's undeniably excited for this fangirling she mentioned. It's usually one of her favorite parts. I'm sure a little ego boost will go a long way right about now. I can feel myself hopping back and forth slightly as well, but that's more out of a desire to keep my blood flowing. Thankfully, it isn't too long before I can see the silhouette of someone approaching through the storm.
Oh, thank God.
It's gotta be her, right?
Given that we're the only people out here, I really hope so.
As the girl gets closer, she gets easier to see. She's not exactly an imposing figure, but she moves with purpose. She's carrying a large thermos, which she raises in greeting as she approaches. Morgan has orange hair, green eyes, and a handmade sweater. Handmade? Wow! She does an emote as she approaches the girls on the empty train station. I wave back. One of the first things I notice about her is that for some ungodly reason, she's not wearing a coat. All she's got to protect her from the frigid weather is what looks like a hand-knit sweater, much like Tara. Once she reaches the platform, she greets us with nothing more than a tired smile and a small nod. Not exactly the geeking out Tara was expecting.
Hey there, you two. Sorry I'm late.
Everybody has more grounded voices. Let's go! Her voice is friendly but flat. She sounds like she hasn't slept in days. Tara looks a little bit taken aback by how subdued she is. Recovering quickly, she puts on her big celebrity grin.
Oh, no worries. Are you Morgan?
That's right. It's really nice to meet you, Tara.
Morgan's smile does seem to grow warmer as she greets her, but her face quickly regains a neutral expression a moment later. I can see Tara's smile faltering as she realizes that this is clearly the maximum amount of geeking out this girl is capable of. To her credit, she recovers well.
Likewise. Charmed, I'm sure.
Okay, maybe not that well. Tara extends her hand and Morgan gives her a brief handshake before turning to me.
You're Madison, right? I think we spoke online already.
Just Maddie is fine. Nice to meet you.
She shakes my hand as well. It's a firm, friendly handshake that ends as quickly as it began. Before she continues, she takes another sip from her thermos. I find myself wishing for a cup of coffee too.
It really is nice to meet the two of you. I'm sure you receive a lot of invitations, so I'm glad you were interested in mine.
Are you kidding? Remote village in the middle of a huge forest? There's no way I'd pass that up. I've heard all kinds of stories about the things you'll find in places like this.
Hopefully not too many, or I won't have anything new for you.
Oh, I'm sure you've got something I'll be interested in.
Okay. Anyways. Real smooth, Tara. So much for being professional. All right, the Yuri starts here, guys. I see it. The end game is these two, and then her and whatever ghost girl exists. I can see Morgan's mouth twitch slightly at the comment. I can only hope it was something closer to a smile than a grimace.
Tomorrow I can show you around the village. There isn't too much out of the ordinary there, but I'm sure you can find a few things that interest you.
That would be wonderful. We can go sightseeing when Tara isn't off chasing spirits around in the woods.
Morgan and I both smile. Tara flashes me a look of mock annoyance for the slight. But it's probably eating her up that I've gotten more of a reaction out of Morgan than she has.
It's about a half-hour's carriage ride to the cabin if you guys want to head out. Do you need help with your bags at all?
Tara lifts her bags, giving Morgan another shiny grin. I'm pretty sure I see her accidentally flex her arms too. Damn, is she meant to be built? Oh, they didn't give her muscles, cowards!
Don't even worry about it. I got this.
Okay, cool. This way.
As we follow her, I can see Tara pouting behind her. I've never seen the wind get taken out of her sails like that. At least that gives her another thing to think about besides my departure. Wait a second. Did she say carriage?
No way.
We're standing in front of an honest-to-God horse-drawn carriage. If it weren't for the little white puffs of breath coming from the horses' noses, I'd be willing to believe that it was some sort of commemorative statue.
This is so cool. Is it yours?
It belongs to my family. Given that there aren't any roads through the woods, there isn't really a point to anyone out here owning a car.
I move closer, examining the craftsmanship as best as I can in the moonlight. The design is fairly bare bones, but a few flourishes here and there and some semi-ornate painted finishes make it clear that this was something built with love and care. Somehow, I'm the only one who seems intrigued by our ride.
Tara, come take a look at this.
As I speak, I look back and see her standing completely still as if the cold has her rooted to the spot.
Give me a sec. I'm just taking in the view a bit. From a distance.
Are you afraid of horses? She's trying to act nonchalant, but her wide eyes keep flicking towards the horses. Her previously genuine grin has turned into a very nervous grimace. Slowly inching forward, she scoots further away from the horses as she approaches the carriage. I doubt she planned for part of her first impression to be Morgan learning she's absolutely terrified of horses. This must be some kind of like former horse girl trauma, right? Like she fell off a horse, God forbid she got kicked by one or something like that. She had better at least learn to tolerate them, or this is going to be an even longer trip than I expected.
Wait, if this is the only way through the woods, how are we going to get back and forth between the cabin and the village? Don't tell me we'll have our own carriage. Neither of us can drive one.
Oh, I'm going to be driving you. I can take you back and forth and help you navigate the woods. You didn't expect me to just let you wander around a forest in the middle of nowhere without a guide, did you?
That sounds like their usual MO, so yes. Tara, still slowly making her way towards the carriage, does her best to give me a look of excitement. If anything, it resembles the look of a panicked hostage. The fact that she's still trying to play it cool is almost admirable in its futility.
You're sure that's not any trouble? I'd hate to inconvenience you any more than we already have.
It's no trouble. I run my own shop, so my schedule is pretty flexible. I'm more than happy to help.
She looks over at Tara, who has finally made it within a few feet of the carriage. She shoots us both a thumbs up.
I have a feeling she might need it.
Trust me, you have no idea.
Oh, there's even a little carriage splash. Cute, cute. It's a little awkward seeing their sprites in it. Like, they didn't account for, like, you know, this is clearly less rendered than them. But that's still nice. I still think it's cute. Morgan turns and deftly swings up to her seat, taking a hold of the reins. Tara finally managed to place her hands on the carriage and climb up to sit alongside her, shaking all the way. I let out a sigh of relief and follow suit, mounting up next to Tara. It's a little cramped up here, but I feel weird just sitting by myself. Besides, not keeping an eye on Tara is a pretty guaranteed way to make an even worse first impression.
So, can you do any tricks in this thing?
You could tell Tara's a YouTuber. The path to the cabin turns out to be a complicated one. We've been making twists and turns through the trees for a few minutes, but Morgan seems to know exactly where she's going. Not even the dark can stand in her way.
You can navigate through all this with just that little lantern? How can you see landmarks?
Don't worry, I know these woods better than just about anything. Besides, the moonlight is more than enough for me.
I can't help but feel embarrassed as I think about all the times I had to use the flashlight on my phone just to find something I dropped in the car. I definitely wouldn't last out here. Looking over, I can see Tara bouncing her leg, probably about to launch into a torrent of questions from Morgan. After that flubbed introduction, she's clearly a little less gung-ho than usual, but I know that won't stop her. As such, I should probably get my handling of the actual adult stuff out of the way quickly before it gets lost in the noise.
Is there anything about the town or the people that we should know? Local customs, things to avoid saying, that sort of thing?
Morgan thinks about it for a moment, silent.
There's a curfew at midnight. Also, you're not supposed to go too far into the forest. I ignore both of those rules a lot.
Looking at Morgan, Tara, Maddie, an unknown forest spirit girlfriend, or maybe Tara would be the one, the forest girlfriend? I feel like they wouldn't have Tara hitting on Morgan so early on if we didn't want to, like, set it up as a potential ship. Perhaps even Morgan is a supernatural girlfriend? Now, that is an interesting angle. I don't foresee any poly options, but it could be like a love triangle. But there's like one more girl I've seen in the marketing and stuff, like the image for the game. Like, she was on the title screen. So I know she must exist. Like, she's probably the ghost girl. Unless it's like a, you know, she looks human here and then the ghost form is different. But I would assume they're two separate characters.
There's a curfew at midnight. Also, you're not supposed to go too far into the forest. I ignore both of those rules a lot. Most of the villagers tend to be sticklers about them, though.
Good to know. Great, so our host is a troublemaker. I guess that means Tara will be in good company.
So, while we're on our way, could you maybe tell us about some of the specific supernatural occurrences you've seen here so far?
Here she goes. Morgan sits up at the question. She looks over towards us, and her eyes seem to lose a bit of their constant drowsiness. She's been waiting for this.
Well, we have a lot of freak weather events. Strange storms that appear and disappear, or are localized to certain parts of the forest in ways that shouldn't be possible.
Okay. Tara nods solemnly, already totally enraptured in what Morgan is saying.
Sometimes when I walk in the woods, I can see strange lights here and there. Like tiny little stars inside the forest. I've never been able to get close to them, though.
Okay, other supernatural stuff. I raise an eyebrow, but don't say anything. We've had countless cases of strange lights before, all of which have ended with a rational explanation. That doesn't seem to damper Tara's spirits, though. I start to drift off. This is more Tara's jurisdiction anyway, so I'm sure they can just wake me up when we get there.
There's also my cat.
Huh?
Your cat is a supernatural occurrence?
What happened to your cat?
She can talk, so I'd say so.
What? Her words snapped me out of my trance. Looking over at her, I expect to see her holding in a laugh or sporting some kind of mischievous grin, but her face is as serious as it's been since we arrived.
Your cat can talk? Like, talk the way a human does?
Yes, she's very well spoken, in fact.
I try to hide a sigh. Weird weather and lights in the woods are ambiguous enough that we can play along with them. But every so often we get these blatantly fake claims too, like a talking cat. Tara, however, instantly perks up once her words sink in. She can't actually believe her, right?
So, could we talk to her? She won't mind if I ask her a few questions, right?
I was hoping you'd ask. I think you'll be very interested in what she has to say.
The forest may be filled with fae randomness. That's probably the angle we're going for? And then talking cat, that could be any number of things, but it seems like we're going for like a vaguely more European style thing, so... Other than... European cat fae? What is it called? Not Koopa, Coop. There is an Irish fairy I'm thinking of. I almost named myself after it. Irish fairy. Why Why can't I remember the name? I mean, other than a Kate Sith, or however you're supposed to say it. I think it's actually closer to like Ketsi or something like that. Puka, there we go. I had it flipped. So there's also like pukas, which can like take on multiple animal forms, including cats. So those are two potential options if we're going more European. Alright, the whole thing is clearly some kind of joke, but Tara is absolutely taken in. I can practically see the wheels turning in her head as she plans out her follow-up questions. That's never good.
So, do you have any ideas about what could be causing it? Something in her diet, maybe.
I don't think so.
Have you been feeding her some kind of special Eisenfeld cat food? Can I try some?
Okay, I think that's enough of that.
Oh, Tara! No! You can't just go asking if you can eat cat food! Oh my god! When Tara starts talking about eating cat food, it's time for me to exercise a little diplomacy and move the conversation forward. Crazy or not, I think we should move on.
So, what kind of things does she talk to you about?
Just about our lives for the most part. I figure you'd be better off hearing it from her rather than me.
I'm sure that'll be illuminating.
I'll say, if there's something that paranormal in the village itself, you must have seen way crazier stuff in these woods.
She starts to gesture as she talks, pointing back towards the village and swinging her arms around as she mentions the woods.
Well, there's one pretty major thing, but you probably won't believe me.
Ghost girl?
I wouldn't have come out here if I didn't believe you. Anything you have to say, I want to hear.
I can't detect a hint of cynicism in her voice. Either she really believed this girl she just met has a talking cat, or she's giving a performance worthy of an Oscar.
Are you sure?
110%. Lay it on me.
She winks at her and flashes her finger guns back in celebrity mode. Tara's good at recovery with these things, but I've never seen her recover on this level with such speed. But as I watch her lean in towards Morgan to make sure she catches her next statement, I realize another possible reason for her passionate response. If there's one thing she loves more than hearing strange stories, it's trying to impress a cute girl. Now, things are starting to fall into place a bit more.
Well, one of the main reasons I called you out here is I'm not sure if it has a name, but it's some kind of forest spirit.
Forest spirit? Okay, ghost girl.
Spirit? Like a ghost or something?
No, something physical. Some sort of massive creature. Like the forest came to life.
Not ghost girl, understood. Okay, this is new. Even the crazier fans don't get this outlandish. But Tara is absolutely eating it up. No matter what her reasoning is, I'm glad she's having a good time.
Is there anything else you can tell me about it? Does it speak or anything? Have you managed to interact with it at all? Is it more kaiju-sized or more basketball player-sized?
Basketball player-sized monster! Oh my god. You know what? Tara's a dork, but like, honestly, I really enjoy the ridiculousness of the writing for her so far, and the way that she just plays it straight every time. Very solid. Also, Nick, thank you for 2k points to the Lover's Quarrel challenge, but my husband's team is gonna win. I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
I've only seen it once, unfortunately, so I don't know too much about it. I've searched for it a number of times since, but without any results. Who knows? Maybe you two will have better luck than I have. That's what you're best at, isn't it?
In terms of talents, I'd say it's certainly up there.
Morgan's mouth turns up into a small but seemingly genuine smile, and her expression grows slightly less intimidating.
I knew you'd believe me. Nobody else around here does.
A 7-foot-tall forest entity would still be pretty intimidating. That is true. That is very true. Anything taller than, like, I don't know, 5-something in the middle of the woods, yeah, that's ominous. But just the comparison to a basketball player got me. I can't imagine why nobody believes her. I feel a pang of guilt as that thought crosses my mind. As crazy as her story sounds, it can't possibly be easy feeling rejected in a community this isolated. No wonder she was so eager to bring us into the fold.
So, How far away would you say we are from the cabin?
We should be coming up on it any minute now. I'll help the two of you get situated and then head back.
Thank God.
Oh, yeah. Great. That's great. I'm exhausted.
Shit, I thought they'd be talking more. My husband brought me dinner. It's pasta. I wanted to eat it. It's so good. That much isn't a lie. All I want to do right now is pass out. We've passed the last of the houses that I can see, but the sparsely marked path continues on towards the forest. The last traces of civilization are behind us now.
By any minute now? What exactly did you mean?
I can't keep the biting tone entirely out of my voice.
Just ahead. See?
She points forward in the darkness. I strain my eyes to see anything other than murk. Finally, I spot the faint outline of a small cabin practically swallowed by the forest.
I started the heater before I left to get you, so it should be warm.
That's what I like to hear. You're like Prometheus.
I'm surprised you know who that is.
Wait, okay, hang on. Why wouldn't somebody who's into paranormal stuff also not know a little bit about Greek mythology? Like, that's where some of the mysticism for all this comes from.
Why? I love that movie.
Never mind. Oh, Jesus Christ. Though, honestly, encountering anything in the woods is varying levels of concerning. If I see anything in the woods, I'm spamming the run command. Very good responses. You see something that shouldn't be there, you run the fuck away. Morgan suddenly jerks the reins and the horses come to a stop. Tara and I are rattled from our seats and nearly fall forward.
What happened?
Rather than answer, Morgan just glares into the darkness where the cabin is. I strain to see what she does as my heart starts to race. Or strain to see what she does. Is it a wild animal? A bear? A wolf? There's the sound of footsteps as a shadow detaches itself from the cabin and moves towards us. A human shadow. An older woman comes into view, stopping just at the edge of the lantern's light. A parent! Okay. A stern, older-looking woman steps out from in front of the cabin. She has the same orange hair as Morgan. She's clearly related to Morgan. Her angular features and steely eyes, barely visible in the dark, make her look like she stepped out of a Baroque painting.
Why are you here?
Oh, is it Baroque or Baroque? I think it might be Baroque.
I came to greet our guests.
She spits the word our, clearly asserting some sort of ownership. I suck in an involuntary breath as she approaches. Being able to see her more clearly isn't a reassurance. If anything, it's the opposite. Something about her radiates hostility. Even the horses seem uncomfortable, their ears pressed back as they stamp their feet in the snow. Up close, her gaze is sharp and fierce. Her face is proud but sunken, cheekbones jutting as if her face doesn't quite fit. It makes her look older than she is.
Which of you is Tara?
Mouth drawn thin, she looks from me to Tara and then back again. Each second that passes makes the discomfort grow. I keep waiting for Morgan to intervene, but she doesn't. Tara and I exchange a quick, nervous glance. Then she clears her throat and leans forward, offering a handshake.
That's me.
The woman regards Tara's outstretched hand for a moment and ignores it.
Welcome to Eisenfeld. My name is Evelyn, the mayor. Who are you?
Ooh, poor Morgan. Your mom's the mayor, and you don't like following the rules, and you believe in supernatural stuff. Okay. Yeah, I get you. Her attention flicks to me like a hand on a clock.
I'm Maddie. Madison. Tara's manager?
I see.
It's clear that she's judging us, though I have no idea on what.
Are you done yet? They're tired. You can interrogate them later.
Just what exactly is she volunteering us for? Interrogate is kind of a strong word. Our host makes absolutely no effort to disguise the loathing in her voice. In a town as small as this one, I can't imagine that speaking to someone as important as the mayor like this is a good idea. Though Evelyn appears entirely unfazed. She appears in the middle of the trail. She remains in the middle of the trail, blocking our path. She and Morgan stare each other down while Tara and I sit in painfully uncomfortable silence. After at least a minute, the mayor finally steps out of the way and heads back up the way we came.
We'll speak later.
It's clearly a command, not a request. The carriage sits immobile until the sound of Evelyn's footsteps are lost to the night. So, you gonna explain, girly? And even beyond that.
So she seems nice.
Oh, Tara, you're trying. Aw, Leon, thanks for adding some points to my part of the point challenge. I appreciate even a little bit. Oh god, Cookie, if those mask enemies from Little Goody Two-Shoes, I'm especially spamming the run command. I hated those enemies. Hated their guts. The fact that they're just a little bit faster than you when half the time you have to just run blindly to find where the next safe spot is. Hate it. Hate it, hate it. But it's okay. This isn't Little Goody Two-Shoes. I don't have to worry about running around to safety, right? Right. Her statement seems to snap Morgan back into the present. Morgan flicks the reins and we begin moving again. She turns around to face us, looking genuinely apologetic.
I'm so sorry about that. I thought she'd at least wait until tomorrow, and I'd have some time to prepare you beforehand.
Is she your mom?
Technically.
What? No way! How could you tell?
The family resemblance?
Morgan purses her lips.
Unfortunate, isn't it? Long story short, I didn't tell her that you were going to be staying here until this morning.
I'm speechless, hoping that it's just a joke and the punchline fell flat. But Morgan's clearly serious. For the second time in a handful of minutes, I'm wondering what we've gotten ourselves into. Tara laughs, though I can tell it's forced.
Well, it's no big deal, right? It's not like she runs your life.
She's the mayor. Silence.
Right?
Eventually, Morgan nods.
Right. We shouldn't get into it right now, though. I'm sure you'd rather sleep tonight.
I can see Tara gathering the breath to disagree and tell Morgan that we'd love to hear all about her family issues right now, so I head her off.
Yeah, we would.
Whatever family drama it is that she's gotten us involved in, it can at least wait until I'm not about to pass out. The carriage comes to a stop just a few feet away from the door. A small stone path has the snow cleared away from it and leads to a short flight of stairs. We're facing a large window, though it's dark and impossible to see into. Morgan vaults out of the carriage, nimbly landing on her feet.
I'll unlock the door. Your luggage already came in too, so it's inside.
Oh, that's handy. Tara launches herself out of the carriage just like Morgan did, and then she quickly scurries away from the patient horses, eyeing them for any sudden movements. I climb down as she stands an extremely safe distance away.
I can't carry all of this on my own, you know.
I toss her bag and she lurches to catch it, barely keeping it from landing in the snow. We stand back and watch as Morgan fiddles endlessly with the lock on the door, pushing and trying again over and over. Now that we're so close to the end, I can feel the last of my reserves of energy rapidly draining. The bags in my arms feel like they weigh 1,000,000 pounds.
So, what do you think?
She mutters as quietly as she can, though her timing couldn't be worse.
I think I want to go to bed.
Same as ever, then.
You know me.
Rubbing my arms, I peer into the forest. Just beyond the first few lines of trees, everything fades into an inky blackness, thick and impenetrable. I shiver, not entirely because of the cold. A cool breeze rattles the empty branches as they scrape against each other, mimicking the way I'm trying to stay warm. Finally, there's a banging sound as Morgan solves the mystery of the lock and nearly falls through the door. It's cute. She pokes her head through like nothing happened.
I got it open.
Hallelujah.
Oh, this is cozy. And I think those are windows up there. That's really cool. I like that. I haul my way inside and into the blessed warmth. It's been so long since we've been near a working heater. A small lamp on the side table casts a bit of light over the small room. Our luggage, as promised, is scattered haphazardly around the living room, just like home. Tara slips past me to bounce around and examine it all, her bags hurled as carelessly as I pulled them out of the carriage.
Oh my god! Holy shit! This is so cool!
There's nothing really out of the ordinary, so I just stand there and wait for her to get it all out of her system.
Isn't this the coolest? It's like staying in a history museum.
That's the kind of thing you'd usually treat like a punishment.
Are you kidding me? I love history. We even did that whole series on the history of cryptids in the American Midwest.
Cryptid specifically, I understand.
And I spent like 3 months on that special about Bigfoot's impact on the Great Depression.
That's one of my favorite episodes. I had never heard of the theory that FDR was a cousin of Sasquatch.
What the fuck? What? Oh no. Apparently the ridiculous lines do not just extend to Tara talking. It's anything to do with her fucking YouTube channel. That's so stupid.
To be fair, I don't think FDR did either.
Morgan laughs and I just roll my eyes.
I mean the kind of history that actually happened.
History is doomed to repeat itself, Mads.
I don't even respond. That whole episode felt like the plot of an awful low-budget B-movie. Okay, so how much of history is doomed to repeat itself should we be taking as foreshadowing? Do you guys think? Like, secretly descended from a monster type shit going on out here in the small village that is clearly remote and isolated. Like, that seems pretty likely, doesn't it? Thinking. Instead, I cross the living area towards a tiny hallway with a pair of identical doors.
These are the bedrooms?
That's right. They're the same size, so there's not much of a difference.
Guess I'll take this one then.
I push open the closer door. Inside is just 4 walls with a bed, a shelf, and a small dresser. I drop my bag on the floor and roll my suitcases in. Tara lingers in the living room, talking about the features of the cabin with Morgan. Suddenly I hear her yelp in pain or horror. I rush back out, knocking over my suitcase and nearly slamming into the door as I go. I half expect to see Morgan holding a bloody knife or something, but instead, Tara's just holding her phone.
What happened?
A tragedy. Actually, worse, the apocalypse. Check out your phone.
Oh, there's no internet. I do as she says, expecting a news article or an alert or something, but there's nothing.
What? I don't have anything.
Exactly. No service out here.
I check. Sure enough, she's right. There isn't the barest trace of a signal at all.
What about Wi-Fi? I assume we have that, right?
Technically.
Oh no. I stocked up on books and downloaded a bunch of new films before we left since I wasn't expecting to have much connection out here anyway. But I'm willing to bet the thought never even crossed Tara's mind. Good thing I packed a few books I think she'll like too. Tara glumly pockets her phone again as Morgan gives us a small smile.
Let me give you the quick tour.
I don't think it's entirely necessary since we can see everything ourselves, but I don't stop her.
This is the kitchen. There's a stove and an oven. The stove is somewhat picky and doesn't always like to work. Actually, I guess it's the same for the oven.
Don't worry, I don't know how to cook anyway.
Oh man, Tara.
Over here is the fireplace. I can show you how to chop firewood sometime if you'd like.
I think I might pass on that one.
This is the couch. You can also sleep on it if you'd like. It doesn't unfold into a bed or anything, but I sometimes come here and sleep on it anyway.
Sleeping on a bed and sleeping on a couch instead of a bed? What is this, Atelier? Tara sounds like a real girl failure. Genuinely, that's what I was thinking. Like, she doesn't know real history. She pays attention to cryptids. She's loud and energetically excited about paranormal stuff and apparently nothing else. She can't cook. She doesn't realize if you go into the middle of nowhere, there's no Wi-Fi. Very girl failure. Well, that doesn't even surprise me.
The Wi-Fi password is on a note by the phone. So is my phone number, so you can reach me anytime. Do you have any questions?
I shake my head and look at Tara, who does the same.
I think we're good. Thanks for all your help tonight, Morgan.
It was my pleasure. Again, I can't thank you enough for coming all the way out here. I'll be sure to make it worth your time.
I'm sure. Can't wait to get started.
Me either. But I should probably be going for tonight. I've kept you up long enough as it is.
She heads out the front door waving
Night,
goodbye.
Morgan. Thanks again.
Okay, so this isn't where she lives. We're not staying with her. This is just a guest cabin, I guess.
Good night.
Through the large window, we can see as she starts to make her way down the
I'm
path.
gonna go to bed too.
Yeah, same.
We switch off the lamp as we head to our respective rooms. Tara grabs her bags from the floor where she tossed
All right,
them.
see you in the morning then?
Yeah, night.
I shut the door behind me and she does the same. I sway like a zombie as I stalk towards my bed. It takes the last of my strength to dig my pajamas out of my suitcase and change. There's a window here that looks straight out into the forest. The first thing I do is pull the curtain shut. Crawling into bed, I face away from the window and pull the blanket up to my chin. It's heavy and warm and I wrap it around myself like a burrito. The bed is firmer than I'm used to and the pillow thinner. There are like 3 other blankets though, so I ball one of them up and use it as a second pillow. As I try to get comfortable, my thoughts start to drift off. A detached part of me is glad that the timing worked out well enough to avoid jet lag. And in all, aside from the Wi-Fi, this is pretty nice as far as accommodations go, especially since we're not paying for it. It seems strange that Morgan would come all the way out here just to take naps sometimes, but I can already tell that most of what Morgan does would be considered strange. Strange, but harmless. I don't mind. But when I think of her mother, the mayor, a chill runs down my spine and I bundle myself even more tightly in the blankets. I should give her a second chance, though, especially if she didn't have any warning about our arrival. It stands to reason that she'd be annoyed at Morgan renting out her family's cabin like that. When I think of it that way, her reaction seems pretty justified. I'll just be extra polite to her next time we meet, and hopefully it isn't an interrogation like Morgan said. That was probably just her being dramatic. I yawn, wishing sleep would come faster. I expected to be out before my head even hit the pillow. I expected to be out before my head even hit the pillow, not lying here with my thoughts racing. I try to block out everything and focus on my breathing. In, out. In, out. In. A loud tap, tap, tap on the window cuts through the silence. My heart leaps to my throat as I bolt upright in bed. I get tangled on the blankets, scrambling to haul them off me. With one hand, I desperately feel for my glasses nearby. I finally find them and shove them onto my face, nearly jabbing my eye out. With horror, I look to the window, the one that made me uncomfortable from the start. It's Morgan? Lantern in hand, fist raised against the glass, she stands there patiently. If she knows what kind of emotional roller coaster she just put me through, she doesn't show it. Shakily, I walk over to the window, not even switching on the lamp. With some difficulty, I wrench it open, disturbing a small amount of snow. It's the best I can manage. Anything longer, and I'm not sure I could keep it civil.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Please be ready to go by 8, and I'll come pick you up.
I just blink, unable to comprehend what I'm hearing.
Is that okay? We could make it 8:30, but no later.
No, 8 is fine. Is that all?
That's right. Have a good night. Sorry if I disturbed you.
Sorry if I disturbed you. Girl! I slam the window shut and hobble back to bed. She doubled back in the snow and scared the hell out of me for that? I checked the time on my phone. It's nearly midnight. 8 hours to sleep and then be ready to go. It's going to be a long month, isn't it? I wouldn't have opened that window. Same! The second that, like, you hear a rapping on your window at night in an isolated place, you know what I'm doing? I'm running the fuck away. I am going to the nearest room that has somebody else in it and telling them what happened and being like, what do we do? Call for help. Help me. Maddie is way braver than me. Good God. Props to her, I guess. Sorry, I just want to take another bite of food. Seen enough horror films to know what happens next? Yeah, exactly. You know, I guess because she's experienced with this kind of thing, there's normally like a normal explanation for everything. There's no paranormal stuff going on normally. So I guess she's just used to it being a normal explanation, a reasonable explanation. It's just a person doing something weird, and in this case it was a person doing something weird, but I don't know, girl. Some real, the skinwalker turns you into a snack. Uh-huh. It's 8 hours and 34 minutes later. I know, because telling time is my phone's only remaining function. Yet I still check it constantly like something might change. Ah! I have just realized. I forgot to feed the cat, and by just realized I mean my husband told me that. I'm gonna briefly put myself on break. I'm so sorry. And then I will be right back. Apologies, guys. Okay. Sorry about that. I am back. The cat has been fed. I'm just gonna take a drink of water and then I'll be good to go. Nobody's been hydrating me tonight, so I have to hydrate myself with all the reading I'm doing. I hope you guys like listening to me reading text. Because that's all you're getting tonight. It's visual novel time, baby! Let's see. I think it was, yet I still check it constantly, like something might change is where we left off. Ooh. There we go. Sorry, I tried clicking to progress and it didn't work, so I scrolled back. Now we're good. Aha! Cookie! You found one of the new point redeems! Alright, or the new point redeem. So, for those who weren't here to see it yesterday, get ready to see one of the birthday presents that Evie, the person who drew this art, gave me. An entire alternate outfit! Ba-bam! It is based off of the Final Fantasy XIV character? Yeah, character in the recent raid tier, Honeybee Lovely. And so she put me in her outfit and also gave me some shades, some honeybee comb or honeycomb shades. There we go. Based off of a YouTuber that she knows who like did a cover of the song and also came up with the idea. And she went, "Oh man, that's so smart." So there you go. It's me, but with shades. I think Evie did an amazing job, as usual. And this will stay on until, well, until somebody else redeems a point redeem, or until I decide to change it for another stream. True to her word, Morgan was there to pick us up right at 8. It's a minor miracle that Tara and I were both ready to go. I need to tab back in. There we go. I don't know who had it worse, me waking up to my alarm, or Tara waking up to me banging on her door. Even now, she slowly eats a piece of bread from the kitchen, looking for all the world like a cow chewing cud. Oh, I see. For some reason, enter is being hit as auto now. That was what I was using to tab forward before. With each bump that the carriage hits, my tiny cup of coffee threatens to spill onto my hand. I'm not sure that I'd feel it. After answering Morgan's perfunctory questions about our first night, we spent the rest of the ride in silence. She didn't acknowledge at all how she had knocked on my window. Apparently wasn't remarkable enough to her to deserve some mention. I watched from over her shoulder now as we approached the town. From the train last night, the scattered lights made Eisenfeld appear to be a lot larger than it really is. Now in the daylight, I have to strain my eyes to pick out some of the buildings against the hills and snow. Tara's missing it all, staring at her feet. Crumbs litter the floor beneath her. Morgan guides us along a path that I'm pretty sure is the same as last night. A few villagers move out of the way of our carriage, not even turning to look. It must be a regular occurrence. Even though it's hard for anyone to see us in here, I still feel self-conscious. I clutch the bag of camera gear tighter to my chest, hiding myself behind it. There aren't any other carriages on the road, nor anything bigger than a pushcart. So we still stand out, at least in my head. If the situation is at all awkward or out of the ordinary to Morgan, she doesn't show it. She pulls the reins and the carriage comes to a stop on the road. There aren't as many other people up here, but what few there are give us a wide berth.
And here we are.
Oh, look at that. That is a proper spooky winter town, eh? Tara finally perks up, the words clearly spoken for her benefit. It takes her a moment to realize that we made an entrance, but as soon as she does, she's in showbiz mode. She leaps to her feet, throwing off the exhaustion like a disguise.
Here we are indeed.
She vaults out of the carriage, spinning circles like we're in the middle of a grand plaza instead of in the middle of the street. I climb out more carefully and then scurry out of the way.
Okay, this rules.
It really does feel like we've traveled back in time. The buildings, all built from wood and stone, look like they've been there for centuries. The road that we're on and currently blocking is made of cobblestone. It winds its way through the town despite being covered in well-tamped snow.
We're certainly a long way from home.
Morgan doesn't disembark from the carriage and instead calls down
The
to
town
us.
square is right down this road. But if I take you there, I won't be able to turn the carriage around. It's always a pain when that happens. I'm going to open up my shop, but feel free to come by whenever you'd like. I'm sorry I can't show you around right now, but I'll make it up to you later.
Where's your shop?
Oh, right.
She pulls out a piece of paper from somewhere and dangles it towards me. I cross the road and take it from her. Unfolding it, I can see that it's a map. Despite being hand-drawn, it's pretty coherent and legible. Certain buildings like Morgan's shop and the local pub are denoted by handwritten tags. At the middle of the road where we're currently standing, she's even drawn in a helpful "You are here" notice with a smiley face. She's clearly planned this well in advance.
Cool. Thanks.
Feel free to stop by around lunch. I'll make you both something.
Hell yeah! You're the best, Morgan.
Thanks.
Morgan gives us a brief wave before heading off to wherever it is you park horse-drawn carriages. I point in the direction of the town square that Morgan mentioned, wanting to get away from all the people who are currently gawking at us. We definitely stick out, if only because of our colorful hair and clothes. Combined, their outfits have the color palette of a bowl of oatmeal. Although they stare, nobody really says anything, either too polite or too intimidated. Both Tara and I avoid eye contact with strangers as we hurry to the empty town
Well, that
square.
couldn't have gone worse.
There are a million ways that could have gone worse. If people looking at us funny is the only downside of this trip, then it'll be our best episode yet. I mean, ever.
I wish she'd stop bringing that up. It always kills the mood, which was barely on life support to begin with. Tara rubs her shoulders, having stubbornly chosen not to dress any warmer today.
Okay, ready to get your Terranormal on, Mads?
Oh, hello, Randomness. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. Water. I shrug my camera bag onto my shoulder
I
and nod.
suppose there's no harm in spending a little time establishing the location. Might as well get some B-roll while we're here.
One thing that Tara and I have in common is that we're really not sightseers. I spend as much time in my room as I can, whether that's the hotel room while we're filming or my bedroom at home. So as much as Tara loves investigations and all the dramatic stuff, she'd probably totally skip the exposition segments if she didn't leave them to me. That means that we're pretty efficient at filming them. Oh, you can... It's a camera overlay. Nice. An overlay simulating a video camera appears on the screen while Maddie is filming. Terranormal? That's the name of their YouTube channel, show, whatever it is. It's because Tara's the main character, of course. And she investigates paranormal things. Terranormal. I liked it. I thought it was like suitably silly for Tara as a character. Like it feels like something she'd come up with, you know? I turn on the camera and slowly turn a circle, capturing the ground, sky, and some nearby buildings for footage that we can splice together later. I do a slow pan across some of the houses, then frame and hold a shot of the path further into the village. A young couple passes by holding hands, and they share a suspicious look at the camera as they go by. Guess I'm editing that part out later. Most of the time, making Terranormal videos is just me finding ways to stretch 10 seconds of interesting footage into a 10-minute video. That's something else that we're both good at. The cold wind makes it hard to keep a steady grip, so I stow the camera and shove my hands into my pockets.
Get anything cool?
Unable to browse on her phone like she usually does while waiting, instead Tara watches from over my shoulder as I record.
Not really. There's not much to see here.
Yeah, it's kinda less impressive up close.
It's the kind of place that you'd expect a tumbleweed to blow through. Like if the climate fit.
Wow, you're turning into quite the poet.
Oh, shut up.
What? It was a compliment. Anyway, since filming the village is a dud right now, we should follow up one of the rumors Morgan was talking about the other night. I'm thinking giant tree spirit.
Of course you start with the most dangerous one!
That's the most interesting one she talked about for sure. That's the headliner. We need to build up to that one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Picture this. We head to the woods to get some creepy shots. Do it right around sundown. Make it super ambient. Lots of atmosphere, wind sounds, maybe a wolf howl. You've got a good wolf sound effect we could use, right?
Or you don't know that.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, I do a narration over all that, introducing where we are and what we're out here looking for. Then we get a sound of a big branch snapping, and just cut the video right there.
I mean, she's not wrong. That's good build-up. Where's the actual tree spirit? Tara looks pleased with herself and glances back at me for approval. Takes me a minute to react.
So, end the video on a cliffhanger?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. We can definitely stretch the Eisenfeld stuff into a mini-series or something. We should be able to get at least 3 episodes worth of stuff out here.
That sounds fine. A snapping branch is a pretty weak way to end it, though. Especially since, like, we uploaded the video. No one's going to wonder if we're okay or not.
Oh, that's true. So you think maybe we just make one long vid? Or end it differently?
Maybe a different ending. I'll think of something later.
Cool. You're the best, Mads.
I smile, but it hurts a little. I'm sure she's not trying to make me feel bad. She probably doesn't even know that I do. I just shrug, wanting to change the subject.
We can also follow up on some of the smaller rumors. Like, in her email, she mentioned mysterious lights out in the forest.
Like a will-o-wisp? Aren't those actually real?
You're the expert. You should know that, not me.
Tara stares at me expectantly.
Yes, they're real, but it's just swamp gas. It doesn't matter though, because we need to wait for nighttime for that stuff. It's not very spooky during the daytime.
In that case, we definitely want to talk to the locals. See what kind of rumors they've heard of. That kind of thing.
Right, that's definitely the smart thing to do.
What prompted the honeybee with shades art? It was a birthday present from Evie. That's it. She spoiled me. She drew one of my tabletop NPCs that was previously a tabletop player character, and then I repurposed her into an NPC for the game that I'm running. And so she drew that, and then she also drew this. Evie spoiled me for my birthday. I love it when people are nice to me and just keep on showering me in things I enjoy. Yeah. I'm not spoiled. Grr. We both faced back towards the street we came down where Morgan dropped us off with all those nosy people who just stared at us but wouldn't talk. Awkwardly.
Or we could get some more establishing shots from other parts of the village.
I like that idea.
We pick a direction at random and start walking. Oh, that's neat. These really are older buildings. Oh my god. As we head further into town, it starts to get more lively and there are more people around. That might just be the time of day, though. Couple folks shovel snow in front of their homes. A group of kids run up and down the street, accompanied by a sagging basset hound. A woman wearing what appears to be an entire bear for a coat shuffles past us. Wherever we go, the villagers watch us unabashedly. No one makes any attempt to talk to us, and conversations fall silent whenever we come near. I wonder if there was some sort of order given not to speak with us, or if it just happens naturally. I try to force myself to ignore it. We're not doing anything wrong, we're just a curiosity. The only interesting thing about us is our out-of-townness. Morgan said that there are rarely ever visitors out here, and it's not hard to imagine why. There doesn't seem to be much worth visiting. Still, if they're going to keep this up, it's going to make those interviews even harder to do. Tara taps me on the shoulder, nodding in the direction of some of our observers.
Is it just me, or is there kind of a creepy serial killer vibe going on here?
Oh my god, can you not?
Hey, I'm just kidding. Just trying to lighten the mood a bit.
My reaction having ruined any chance at that, neither of us can speak again. I unpack the camera again and film a few more storefronts as we go. As long as I'm surreptitious enough, most people don't notice and thus don't change their behavior. Inevitably, whenever someone does see me filming, they tense up and just stare, ruining the take. It's like they've never seen a camera before. Maybe that's not far from the truth. One thing I have to give to Eisenfeld's credit is that there's more personality in its construction than I thought at first. Ooh, another shot! Wow, okay! I like all of the background shots that we're getting. Most of the buildings seem to be people's homes, but it doesn't take us long to find a few stores here and there. The names are simple and plain, like you'd read in a tabletop RPG book. Heinkel & Sons Tailoring, a butcher shop named The Hearty Sow, So? I think it's Sao. That sort of thing. When we pass by a tavern called the Bushy Beard, I can hear Tara snickering
Do you
behind
think
me.
they have barmaids?
What?
Like the sexy Oktoberfest kind? Do you think they have those here?
No, Tara. Tara's words are so out of nowhere that it takes me a second to mentally process.
This isn't a Renaissance fair, Tara. I'm pretty sure they just wear normal clothes to work.
Tara's mouth gapes wide
Wait,
open.
what? Back up. Ren fairs have sexy barmaids?
Where else did you think they come from?
I have no idea. I always thought those things were just full of boring stuff.
Nah, Tara, you don't know that half the people at a Renaissance festival are dressed up specifically because it's sexy.
What? Not at all. They have swordplay demonstrations or time period appropriate foods. Some local experts will give talks or lectures on certain topics, and
Like I said, boring stuff.
whatever. There's more to it than just cosplay. I bet you'd actually like it if you went with me next time. Plus, I thought you loved history now.
Not the boring kind of history. Duh.
How are swords boring?
Whatever, Mads.
Okay, you know what? Maddie has a point. How indeed are swords boring? Especially if you can have two swords at once. How much for a sword? I don't know. I don't know what currency they would use in this setting. It's faux European, so I guess euros? She walks away. How did I manage to lose an argument she started? We cut a slow and steady course through the village. Despite how random the layout seems, it's impossible to get lost. All the roads seem to lead back into each other. I'm so used to the sounds of busy intersections and highways that the nearest silence here is almost unnerving. I can appreciate the serenity and calm of it all, but I think I'd go crazy if I had to live here. We're not even a full day in, and I can't help but miss my cozy apartment and the convenience of city life. Eventually, we take a path that brings us back to a familiar sight, the town square that we visited right after Morgan dropped us off. According to my phone, it's been a little bit over an hour since then. It's still too early to meet up with Morgan for lunch. I guess we can't keep putting this off for any longer.
I think I have enough of the town now. Do you want to start interrogating the villagers?
Interviewing.
That's fun. I like how they split that out, but also like gave her a different sprite pose for each one. Cute. Tara isn't even a sword lesbian. Absolute girl failure. Shaking my head. If you don't like swords, I'm sorry, but we can't be friends. It's a very important trait that you must have. I didn't even notice myself misspeaking. I must still have interrogations on the mind after meeting the mayor last night. Tara poses dramatically, hyping herself up for the camera. I'm not
Time
even
to put my
recording it.
game face on.
As long as it's a game face that people want to talk to.
Mads, when have I ever been anything but charming?
She sighs. I like how she didn't even answer, just changed her pose.
Yeah, I know. I'll keep it chill for these so we don't freak anyone out. But, like, how do we do this? Just go up to people and ask if we can chat?
I guess. I don't have any better ideas.
This is how we usually do it, except usually people are more curious about who we are and what we're doing. Sometimes after introducing ourselves, there are even people who have heard of us. That is definitely not the case out here. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if Morgan was the only person in this whole village that uses YouTube. The only thing that more awkward than just asking random people for an interview is them staring silently while you approach, but we don't have any other options. I hand the mic to Tara. At least I'm not the one who has to do the talking. Tara stands there with the mic in hand and stares
You
there.
good?
Or stands there.
Yeah, I am. Just give me a sec, okay?
Okay.
She psychs herself up by stretching and taking a few deep breaths. The whole time she holds the mic pinched between two fingers like it's something she just peeled off her shoe. Once she's finally ready, she gives me a thumbs up and starts to walk again. I trail a couple meters behind, keeping her back framed in the middle of the shot. She moves with a determined stride, but I can see the microphone shaking in her hand. We pass by a few people walking around, but she doesn't stop any of them, nor does she ask any of the folks outside the buildings, chatting or working or just sitting and looking bored. Just up ahead, a middle-aged woman smokes a cigarette, looking at nothing and no one in particular. It doesn't look like she's going anywhere, and she's not already in the middle of a conversation. She's the perfect candidate, and Tara must know it too. I wait for her to go up and introduce herself. I stand still and hit the record button, filming her approach. Except she doesn't. She walks right past the lady whose gaze follows as she goes. I pause the recording and hurry to catch up, hissing Tara's name. I have to say it twice before she hears me and stops.
What are you waiting for? We've passed like a dozen people now.
Right, but none of them are the right one.
Which one is the right one?
You know it's impossible to tell. I'll know when I see them.
I roll my eyes, but I don't chastise her. She's trying her best.
Okay, here we go. Get ready.
I follow her line of sight to figure out her prey. An older man resting on a bench nearby. Broad-shouldered and with a long beard, he looks like a stereotype of a lumberjack. Like the previous woman, he stares vapidly off into the distance, though thoughts clearly elsewhere. Once again, I plant my feet and set up the shot. I make micro adjustments to the focus until I get it just right. The rest is up to Tara. Slowly, Tara approaches the man. Either he doesn't see her coming or he ignores her. She glances at me for reassurance, which I give in the form of a smile and a nudging motion, telling her to get on with it. She clears her throat, grabbing the man's attention. He turns to her slowly and eyes her suspiciously. Then he notices me in the camera and he tenses up. Not off to a good start. Tara talks quickly, trying to explain the situation.
Hi there, my name's Tara Brick. My friend Maddie and I are visiting from out of town doing a report on Eisenfeld. I was wondering if we could ask you a few questions.
Report? What kind of report?
He relaxes just a little bit. The man rubs his eyes warily, peering back and forth between me and Tara. I wish he'd stop looking directly into the camera. I slowly start to move laterally, trying to frame the two of them better, but he keeps shifting on the bench to watch
It's
me.
an investigation on the supernatural. Rumors, ghost stories, that sort of thing. We've heard a lot of legends about Eisenfeld, and we're looking into them, trying to figure out what's true and what isn't.
Figure out the truth, huh?
The man mutters darkly, his beetle-browed eyes still flipping between me and Tara. He chews his lip while he thinks about it. Something about his face strikes me as odd, but I can't figure out what it is. It's probably just a trick of the camera or the light.
Alright. I suppose I've got the time.
It takes Tara a beat to respond. We were both sure that he was going to tell us to bug off or worse.
Great, thank you. So, can you tell me about Eisenfeld? Just what is life like here? On an average day? That sort of thing.
Clearly, she didn't expect to get this far, and as the first thing that comes to mind, she offers the man the mic, but he just stares uncomfortably until she retracts it.
Right, well, it's a good little town. Good and proper. Quiet. Real quiet. That's what I like about it. None of that city business. No noise and bustle. Out here, it's just you and nature. That suits me just fine, it does.
Maybe before everyone is actually a ghost or something? I don't think everyone's actually a ghost. I am willing to wonder, though, if the mayor is somehow linked to the supernatural stuff. Like, if we had the theory of there being fays in the forest, so, like, what if she's one of them, maybe? And she's telling everybody, like, don't talk to them or perish or something.
So you're from around here then? Spent your life in Eisenfeld?
Born and raised, and God willing, I'll die out here too. Never thought about leaving. Never had a reason to.
Great, great. So then I'd imagine you know all about any local legends, right?
About as well as anyone. Any old village has got its stories. If you believe them all, there's goblins in the woods, trolls in the mountains, and who knows what else elsewhere. Of course, it's only children who believe in those.
So you've never seen anything weird yourself? Nothing unexplainable?
Weird like what?
By now, the man has abandoned looking at Tara entirely and instead focuses on the camera, his eyes looking strangely
One
focused.
of our friends here mentioned something about a big forest spirit. Like a walking tree kind of thing.
He sits up from his slouch, finally turning to face Tara.
What friend of yours might that be?
She's from around here. One of the locals.
Even though we gave her a shout out on one of our videos, Tara's reluctant to name Morgan as our contact. It makes sense. Her neighbors surely feel different about us than our viewers do.
I'll bet it was the Fisher child, wasn't it? If you know what's best for you, you'll steer clear of her. Nothing but trouble comes from that one. Nothing at all.
Interesting. Tara and I exchange a glance. It seems her thoughtfulness was irrelevant. At the same time, I'm suddenly a lot more interested in what this guy has to say.
Why do you say that?
It feels like a strange violation of privacy to be asking the stranger his opinion of our host, but if she's notorious enough that anyone on the street knows of her, then perhaps we're better off knowing why. Spitting into the snow, our subject stands and turns his back to us.
There are some questions you ought not be asking, miss. I'll be going now. Enjoy yourselves.
Interesting. Okay, so Morgan definitely has something to do with the supernatural. Do we have both a fae girl and a ghost girl? Is it more than just one supernatural creature in this? He lumbers off into the town, though I don't watch him for very long. Questions we ought not to be asking, huh? I'm not sure if that's a threat or not. For the sake of my anxiety, I try to tell myself it's not. I join Tara on the bench, doing my best to avoid the puddles of melted snow.
That was something.
That's putting it nicely.
I don't know what that was either. Maybe Tara's right. It was something.
You get it all?
She taps 2 fingers against the camera in my hand.
Of course. All 2 uncomfortable minutes.
I wasn't given a lot to work with there.
I replay the recording with Tara leaning over to watch along with me. It's not any less awkward the second time, though.
Well, we already knew we need to talk to a few different people. Just got unlucky on the first one. Know what I mean?
Tara stands up, but I remain seated.
Still need another minute?
I don't say anything. I'm trying to think of what to say.
Hello, Earth to Maddie. Please respond.
I'm thinking.
My voice is too harsh and snappy, and we both know it. I play through the clip again, this time without Tara watching. Something still seems off to me, and it's not just the gruff way he left.
Look, we knew Morgan was a bit weird. All of our fans are weird. That's why they're our fans. In a tiny little town like this, of course anyone who's different is gonna have a reputation.
True.
That doesn't make Morgan a bad person.
I'm not saying she's a bad person. I didn't say anything. But if you had to ask, I'm sitting here thinking that it's really freaking shady that a guy just guessed we were here with Morgan, and then that he up and left as soon as he found out. That's not normal. That's not something that's happened to us before.
Great! That means we're on the right track. If they're hiding something, then that means there's something to hide.
Oh, girly, that's one way to put it. Tara's the type of person who would just walk into danger if she thought she could get something out of it. Ugh!
Have you completely lost your mind?
This is ridiculous even for Tara. I can understand her wanting to give Morgan a chance, but to actually buy into her nonsense? Tara nods and looks down at her feet, brushing some snow off her shoes.
It's only been a couple hours, Mads. He's just one old cranky geezer. Please just try to have some patience on this one, okay? For me.
I check my watch. It hasn't even been 2 hours. That only makes her more right, as much as I hate to admit it. Sighing, I place my head in my hands.
Sorry, I'm still tired.
It's okay.
After a long moment, I stand.
Wanna find somebody else?
Guess we oughta.
We traipse wordlessly through the town a bit more. I keep the camera stowed. I'll set up when we find someone. Now that we've been burned once, I start to understand why Tara's so reluctant to speak to anyone. What once seemed like people tightening their clothes against the cold, now seems more like turning their shoulders towards us. A suspicious number of folks look away from us to cough. The amount of times we pass by the same places certainly doesn't help our appearance. By now, there are a few especially chatty villagers that have seen us pass by at least 4 times. It takes another 15 minutes of looping around town before we find another candidate. A pair of girls about our age are waiting outside a shop. Inside, a third girl is talking to the shopkeeper. People our age are going to be our best bet. One of the waiting girls sips from a small mug of what I assume is coffee. She sees us and nods her head in greeting. That's the nicest reception we've gotten so far.
What about them?
Worth a try.
This time, I approach with Tara. I let her take the lead, but I follow close behind, forcing myself to smile in order to seem more approachable.
Excuse me.
The talking girl and shopkeeper turn towards us at the same time. Their conversation snaps off immediately.
Excuse me. Hey there.
Hello.
The girl next to her leans in to whisper something in her friend's ear, but doesn't talk to us.
So my friend and I are here from out of town.
We know.
They both giggle to themselves.
We're filming a documentary sort of thing about Eisenfeld, and I was wondering if I could ask you some questions.
Eisenfeld? Why here? What about it?
Well, we're doing a video about any sort of rumors or local legends that you might have out here. Ghost stories or that kind of thing.
The two girls talk to each other in low voices that I can't pick up. The quieter girl is muttering something, and the girl with the coffee is agreeing and nodding along. As one, they turn to face us again.
I don't think there's anything like that out here. This isn't that kind of place.
Not a single one. When you were kids, your parents didn't tell you stories about things that lived in the forest? You've never been out late at night and seen something you can't explain?
We're not allowed out late at night.
Right. There's a curfew.
The girls go quiet, nodding to themselves. Sensing a dead end, Tara changes her
Do
tactics.
either of you know a girl named Morgan? She's the mayor's daughter.
The first girl, the one with the coffee, grins at that and pulls at her companion's arm. The other girl swats her away, face turning pink. What? Gay?
Oh, I'm pretty sure everyone knows her.
She smiles devilishly at her embarrassed
Some
friend.
of us better than others.
What's she like? Why is she so famous?
She isn't that bad.
She's trouble and you know it. Staying out after hours, sneaking around town. She spends a lot of time out in the woods too. Sometimes overnight. What do you think she's doing out there?
If there's a particular conclusion we're supposed to have reached, it's lost on me. Still, it can't be coincidence that we're 2 for 2 now on people being weirded out by Morgan. 3 for 3 if I count myself.
Do you think there's something out there?
The two girls blink as if their reaction was
Something
planned.
like what?
No idea. Like I said, that's what we're researching.
Okay, so there's definitely a big conspiracy, you're right. This feels like a paranormal Yuri version of one of those basic-ass Hallmark Christmas movies where existence is unpleasant until the plot happens. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
I don't think you'll find anything like that here. I'm sorry, but this isn't a very interesting place.
Right.
I stride away, leaving her behind. I head into a corner between 2 buildings out of sight of the girls we spoke to. Tara catches up and then leans against the wall next to me.
That didn't go much better.
Some people know her better than others, she says while blushing. Yeah, I can see the gay subtext there. Which is what makes me think that these people can't be, like, fae themselves, but there is a certain level of, like, what is the phrasing? Like, there is no war in Bossing Say. There's a certain level of that going on.
Really, you think? Was it just a coincidence that these 2 other random people we met happened to have the same opinion of Morgan as the first? She didn't tell her mom, the mayor of the whole town, that we're going to be staying in a cabin that her mother probably owns for a month. She rambles off stuff that makes any one of our videos look like an episode of Scooby-Doo, and then the next morning just dumps us off in the middle of the village. We haven't even been here for a day yet. We've seen our host for like an hour tops, and we were practically asleep for most of that. How am I supposed to have a good opinion of her so far?
Well, yeah, she's gotta work. Come on, Mads, have a little faith. What's the worst that can happen? The lead turns out to be nothing like the other 200 times before. Some girls gossip about us, an old bum tells us to get lost.
207. And the worst part is that the whole town hates us while we're stuck here after spending thousands of dollars to cross the world. To live in a wood cabin with no phone service and barely any internet. For a month. You've got to see the problem here, Tara.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm on Maddie's side. That sounds miserable. Tara sighs and throws up her
Okay,
hands.
so what? What is it that you want me to do? We're here and you hate it. I get it. So what's the solution? What is it you're hoping for here? Like I said before, let's just deal with it. Make the best of it we can, and try to have some fun. That was the whole point of this thing. It was supposed to be fun.
If she's trying to encourage me, she's doing a terrible job of it.
Whatever. Let's just get this over with. And this time, don't mention Morgan. If nobody here likes her, then you're probably better off not bringing her up.
I can see that she wants to say something, probably argue, but then she deflates and nods.
Okay, no Morgan.
She goes quiet for a moment, staring off into the town. She takes a breath and sighs, visibly relaxing. She starts to lead the way, not looking back at me. I feel a sharp pang of guilt as I stare at her back. I did promise to try, and here I am again, making everything worse.
Tara,
She stops in place.
sorry. Again. Really.
Getting the feeling these two are absolutely ex-girlfriends. I don't know if they're necessarily ex-girlfriends. Like, I think they're living together because they mentioned having a cat. But it seems more like Maddie is done with working on the show. Like, she said she quit. This is their last trip ever working on the show together. And I think that means Maddie's going to be moving out and stuff. But they don't strike me as having been girlfriends. Like, there's just not enough of the, like, man, I'm so broken up about, like, deciding to leave and break up. And if they were broken up as ex-girlfriends, then this would be a nightmare. I would just leave. I don't care how many thousands of dollars I spend. I'm not spending a month stuck in a remote location like this with my ex-girlfriend, you know? The only way I would ever consider doing that is I was with a friend where even if we're, you know, gonna stop working on a project together, I still care about them, you know? And I guess, technically, if you break up with someone, you can still care about them even after the breakup, but Maddie is the one who said she quit. Like, Tara didn't fire her. Maddie is the one who's quitting. Maybe not specifically girlfriends, but, like, live together and structure their lives around each other type energy. Yeah. Maybe one of those, like, queer platonic relationships, as opposed to just being simple best friends, because it is a little bit more than just being best friends to live together and have a cat together and work on a successful YouTube series together, you know? She smiles a bit sadly, but shrugs.
I get it, Mads. We're cool. Let's go. There's a lot more paranormal in our future.
Tara and Maddie exchange a small smile before continuing their march on. Eisenfeld seems to have been built so that no matter what, you're always walking uphill. We make our way up yet another one, past a low, crumbling wall and a few more houses. As we make our way up the street, a bitter-looking old woman with a broom stops what she's doing and eyes us. We've walked this part of the road several times now, but she wasn't here before.
Hey, you! Who are you? You aren't from around here?
The last part is definitely a statement, not a question. Tara slows down just a bit to mutter beside
Looks like we found number 3.
Tara immediately puts on a friendlier face as we approach.
Good morning, ma'am. You're right. We're not. I'm Tara, and this is Maddie. We're here doing a research documentary on Eisenfeld. Would you mind if we asked you a couple questions?
About?
Some of the local legends and rumors from around here.
I'm actually afraid that she's going to say yes, because I can already tell this is going to end as badly as the last two. I've decided how to answer Tara's question of what I want. I just want to go back to the cabin and be bored. At least it's not awkward and uncomfortable in there.
Yeah, all right.
Oh no.
Great, thank you. So, we've been hearing a lot about stuff out in the woods, like...
You are? Who told you that?
We've been interviewing a few people this morning, and it's something that came up a few times. Stuff like lights, strange noises, that kind of thing. Have you ever witnessed anything like that?
Never.
She looks around again, then steps just a little bit closer to us.
Look, I'm going to tell you this now for your own good. No one around here wants any trouble. We all just want to live our lives in peace. That's what Eisenfeld's all about. Mayor Fisher does a damn good job keeping things nice and orderly around here. We keep to ourselves, and I expect the two of you to do the same.
She nods solemnly, the interview clearly over. Just as useless as the other two. As we go, Tara waves over her shoulder.
Thanks for your time!
And then, so only I can hear her.
Bitch.
That little zoom in when she says bitch. Wonderful. As we walk away, I can tell it's not necessary to say anything to Tara. She trudges along beside me. Annoyed as I am, I still feel bad seeing her so bummed out. Maybe it's finally starting to sink in.
So now what?
She asked me that after the second interview, too.
Now... I don't know. Let's go to Morgan's shop and eat lunch.
Wait, for real? You want to go see Morgan?
Mostly I want to go see what Morgan makes for lunch.
I'll take it. But hey, can you
I'll be cool. Don't worry.
She smiles, relieved.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. I know you will.
Useless in the provable evidence sense. Yeah, if we were making like a hit piece on this town and being like, it's weird and creepy, don't come here. These interviews would be gold mines. However, we're not doing that. We're just looking into the local rumors, so we got nothing. Definitely some more no war in Bossing say. The point about Mayor Fisher is definitely making me very suspicious of her. I don't know how much of this is me just like getting hooked in by like the promise of supernatural bullshit, because I know there is at least one ghost girl. And how much of this is me just like being trope savvy, but I really get the feeling Mayor Fisher must be some kind of like supernatural entity, fey creature, something. And she's doing something to essentially like hold these people hostage or like get them to live under her rules, like fey contracts. That could always be something. But I don't know quite what flavor we're going for yet. Like, is she actually, oops, sorry, I hit my mic. But my point is she actually meant to be evil and malicious? Or is it just that, like, it's a specific kind of thing where, you know, fae are very much, like, they're insular. They don't treat people outside of, like, their neck of the woods very well. If you stumble in, you're guaranteed, like, something is going to happen. Even though it's a totally normal village, trust us, Innsmouth style stuff. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what read we're going for on the mayor yet, but so, let's just keep going. I take out the map that Morgan gave us this morning. By now I've been through the village enough times I can mostly navigate there by memory.
What kind of shop does Morgan run? Do you remember?
I think she said it's an antique shop.
What do those places even sell?
Antiques. Lots of furniture that's been around for decades, or random stuff like books and glassware.
High-key, antique stores are really cool.
That's oddly specific.
My mom's into antiquing. She always says, you never know what you'll find.
We should do an antique episode of Paranormal someday. We can have your mom on as a guest star.
I'm sure she'd love that.
Do you think Morgan sells anything really out there? Like a possessed baby doll? Or a cursed sword?
Look, swords! Okay, Tara has an interest now.
Who would want to buy those kinds of things?
The same people who go to Ren fairs.
She got me. I can't help but laugh. I don't want a cursed sword. I just want a normal sword that I can say is cursed. Yeah, whenever I go to an antique store, I don't actually end up buying anything, but I love just looking around and being like, aw, man, that's so old. That's so cool. Anyways, I have managed to avoid any hoarding for the most part. Like, the one thing that I actually hoard is my collection of figures. Everything else is like, I don't know if I need it. And even then with my figures, I've mostly calmed down because my goal was to have like all of the figures that I liked of like Umi Sonoda and a few other key characters from other franchises. And I've gotten most of the figures that I liked of them already. Tara grins, enjoying the feedback.
Come on, Mads. Every good horror story starts out with buying something fishy from the local antique store. Maybe she has a special section for items with an ancient prophecy about them.
We're specifically trying to avoid the horror story scenarios, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah, I guess that would suck to live through. Okay, what if she lets us interview her talking cat instead? That's like a whole episode's worth of stuff right there.
The internet loves cat videos. That one could go viral.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, we should prep a list of questions for it before we get there, so we know what to say.
Ask it which brand of cat food tastes best. We can sell the video rights to that company.
Come on, I'm serious.
Wait, what?
What?
You seriously think that cat is going to talk?
Tara shrugs, looking like she never questioned the idea.
I'm just trying to be prepared.
The closest thing to an antique store you've actually been to is a couple of pawn shops. They get decently close because a lot of people will just pawn off their antiques. But there's been a couple that I've seen in like different towns I've been to, just like traveling through or like visiting family and they want to go to a different town like that. And there are some antique stores that I've seen because of that. It's like, oh, there's so many cool items. I thought she had gotten the picture after the last interview went awry, but it still seems like she's giving Morgan some benefit of the doubt. It's not even worth arguing with her over. She'll see soon enough as it is. I check over Morgan's map again. We're definitely in the area since it says her shop is right by City Hall. Problem is, while her map shows how to get to the general area of her shop, it doesn't say which building it is, and there are several buildings that could fit.
Do you think this is the place?
It has to be.
Tara's stomach growls loudly, and her voice is more like a plea than an
Go check.
affirmation.
What? Check what?
Like, go check if it's her place or not.
Absolutely not. I'm not going to just potentially walk into someone's home.
What's the big deal? If it's not her place, we can just ask for directions.
No way. Trespassing is your thing, not mine.
We go back and forth like this for a while, and right before we finally decide to set it with a rock, paper, scissors, Morgan herself pokes her head out the door.
Hey, you two. I'm in here.
They're doing it again! I like the idea to just randomly tilt her portrait to get the idea of her poking out. It's cute. It's really cute. For the first time since she met us at the station, I'm genuinely relieved to see Morgan. Morgan holds the door open, a book under her arm and a cup of coffee in her free hand. Tara turns to me and talks in a quiet voice.
Ready to uncover some ancient treasures?
Lead on, Indiana.
She doesn't need telling twice. Tara practically dashes the rest of the way inside, nearly bumping into Morgan as she goes. I nod stiffly at her as I enter more slowly. The door slams shut behind us. Morgan flips the sign on the door to close, although it's nearly invisible from the outside. Her shop looks just about how I expected. Piles of junk are strewn across chipped shelves. Many items aren't displayed so much as they appear to have been tossed and then forgotten. A thick layer of dust covers everything. Tara is already bobbing around the store, examining some worryingly fragile ceramics. Morgan passes by her, back to the front counter where she sets down the book she was carrying. Its title catches my eye, Complete Collection of Classic Fairy Tales. The book looks extremely old. I wonder if it's an item for sale here.
So, are you done looking around town?
If she has any guess what kind of response we got today, she doesn't show it. She's still impossible to read.
I've seen enough for today. Can we still take you up on that lunch offer?
Sure thing. I've got something on the stove already. I figured you'd be coming over soon.
Stove? Your store has a kitchen?
Yeah. I have a living space set up in the back since I sleep here most of the time. Feel free to look around. I'll be back.
She disappears behind a curtain leading to another room, leaving us surrounded by treasure. When the whole town feels like an antique, a rocking chair and a few pieces of farm equipment probably aren't the biggest draws. I'm surprised she's even able to keep the place open. Tara's enthusiasm doesn't seem to have dimmed a bit, however. She takes time to examine each piece, turning it over in her hands like she's appraising fine art.
At least one of these is probably cursed.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's probably the grandfather clock over there.
No way, that's too easy. And even if it is cursed, it's probably something lame like making your toe hair grow twice as fast. But this, well...
Tara takes an item off the counter, holding it close to her chest. It's a lamp, but the stand is 3 very realistic pigs standing on top of each other. The lampshade has these little piggies printed on it like scripture.
This is the big leagues. You want a curse that's gonna last for generations? You use this bad boy. Hey, you think Morgan would mind if I brought my Ouija board in here?
As she says that, she puts the pig lamp back in its rightful place where it can't hurt anyone. I don't know, if we're gonna go cursed object, I think, like this pocket watch down here in the corner is probably a very good pick. And you can't see it, but behind me is like a snake statue. Hang on. Right there in the corner. Snake statue. If anything's gonna be cursed, it's probably those two things, right? Ah, sorry, I hit my fork. Yeah, see, the snake one is probably cursed.
I wonder how that works, actually. Like, if you bring 2 cursed objects to the same place, do the evil spirits get into a turf war?
Turf war? Splatoon?
Or do they team up to defeat humanity?
Did you seriously bring the Ouija board again?
That Ouija board has been on every single trip with us. Besides, it fits in my suitcase.
I pick up a small ornament from a shelf nearby. It's a snake made out... Oh, actually, they pointed it out, huh? It's a snake made out of crystal. There's no price tag attached. If you have to ask, then it's probably way too expensive. Morgan pulls back the curtain she went through.
Okay, food's ready.
She comes out carrying an enormous tray that's probably also an item for sale here. On the tray are steaming bowls of some kind of soup, as well as a pitcher of water and a loaf of bread. She sets the tray down on the counter, doling out portions to each of us. Hesitantly, I try a spoonful of the soup. It's delicious. It has a rich and meaty flavor, but isn't too heavy. And it's hot, but not too hot to gulp down. I dip some of the bread into the broth. That's delicious too. Everything here is definitely homemade.
This is really, really good.
Ah! This is amazing!
Thanks. Let me know if you want more.
Morgan stolidly keeps eating, the praise barely seeming to register on her. It's a shame. That's probably the one nice thing I'll have to say to her all trip. Once she's finished, Morgan picks up her book and starts to read again, while Tara and I are still in the middle of eating. I glance over at Tara, who is very intently staring at her spoon. She finishes her bowl and rattles the spoon around a bit.
Can I take you up on that refill?
Of course.
Without looking up, Morgan picks up both her book and her bowl and heads into the back again. She emerges a moment later with a fresh serving of soup, which she wordlessly sets down in front of Tara. Only after we've both taken our last bites does she finally close the book again.
All done?
Yeah, thanks.
You gotta go to bed and show up. Sounds good. Good night. Thank you so much for hanging out while you had the chance. Hope you have a good evening. Or, not evening. At this point, just sleep well. There we go. The snake one turns you into a snake girl, then you have a dramatic arc of dealing with and maybe end up meeting a friend. Or, have you considered you can be the snake lady from Little Goody Two Shoes and just torment random lesbians as they try to get their deepest wishes? Perfect!
I'm done too. Thank you.
Let me get these out of the way then.
She hauls away all the dirty dishes before rejoining us at the counter.
So what are your plans for the rest of the day?
I fight back the urge to tell her that she should be the one making plans for us and showing us around. At least this way, I can go back to the cabin sooner.
We're still figuring that out. We hadn't got to see you much, so we decided to come over.
Oh, right. I'm sorry about that. I'll take a couple days off starting tomorrow.
Okay, that's good.
You sure? We don't want you to miss out on any business or anything.
There aren't that many customers who come through. You're the first ones all week, and you don't even count.
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to react to that, so I don't say anything.
That's too bad. You've got a lot of cool stuff. I was looking around some while you cooked.
I wouldn't get too excited. I just make up interesting stories for the items so they sound more entertaining. It helps pass the time.
Right.
Morgan says it so casually that there's no way she knows just how relieved I am to hear that. It lines up neatly with what I already suspected, that everything Morgan included in her email is even more made up than usual, and that this is all a colossal waste of time. Most likely she's a fan of the show who wanted to trick us into coming out here, and we fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. If Tara has realized any of this, she of course doesn't say anything, but judging by the way her enthusiasm vanished, it seems like she's starting to get it. Again. Fiddling with some silver knickknack, she looks up from the counter to Morgan.
So, can we see the talking cat?
Makes up a story about one of the items only for it to be the truth. Maybe! I guess it depends on the item. Or I guess, is it meant to be that she's like speaking the truth into it? That's always a fun style of magic. As soon as Tara asks, I can see Morgan's eyes light up with interest. Her hand slides away from the book she'd been about to open. Oh no.
Of course. I'm sure she'd be happy to finally meet you.
Her voice wavers just the smallest bit with what sounds like excitement. It's the first shred of emotion I've detected from her since stepping off the train.
I'll go get her. Just give me 1 minute.
Morgan exits once more, but this time through an actual door instead of a curtain.
We probably could have gotten out of here without seeing the cat, you know.
Why would I want to do that? This is the pizza resistance.
That's not how you say that, surely. Okay. She doesn't even try to pronounce it right. Okay. Alright, as long as we're clear.
Are you serious? Still? You know it's not going to actually talk, right?
I can't fathom how there's even a trace of belief rattling around in Tara's skull.
Did you see her face? She's definitely not joking. Unless she's just really bad at telling jokes.
That would be the most normal thing about her so far. She just told you flat out that she makes up stories and tries to get other people to believe her. How can you not see that we're getting scammed too?
Come on, Mads. Try to have at least a little bit of faith.
The door opens once more and out strides Morgan. There's also the soft sound of little kitty feet on the hard wooden floor. Oh my gosh, you're so pretty! Hi! Morgan's supposed talking cat emerges. She's a fluffy white cat with bright blue eyes. Oh my god, I love long-haired cats. Talking or not, the cat staring up at me is undeniably beautiful. Its white fur seemingly glistens like snow, and its eyes are piercing azure blue. Tara leaps from her seat and crashes to her knees. The cat doesn't flinch at all, despite the commotion.
Oh my god, I love her! I love her so much!
Alright, Tara, you may not like swords, but you do like cats. I forgive you. She looks up at Morgan, eyes as wide as dinner plates and fingers wiggling.
Can I pet her? Please tell me I can pet her.
Sheladora, can she pet you?
The cat doesn't say anything, of course. It does rub against Tara's waiting hand, though, causing her to let out some sort of mix between a coo and a sob. I can tell Tara just got her money's worth out of the trip.
Go on, say something. These are the two I've been telling you about. Tara, Maddie.
Morgan gestures as if introducing us to her. She looks between the cat and us expectantly. Seeing its master's attention, the cat goes from nuzzling Tara's hand to nuzzling Morgan's leg close by. She meows happily. The cat, not Morgan.
Come on. You're going to make me look like an idiot if you don't say something.
Morgan uses her foot to nudge the cat towards Tara, who is still crumpled on the floor. The cat indignantly tries to escape, her claws scraping uselessly against the wood. Finally, Geladora scurries away, sitting down and licking a paw. Her tail swishes rapidly as she and Morgan stare at each other. And then, absolutely nothing. What a surprise. I'm not even disappointed, just vindicated. Even Tara's enthusiasm is gone. She coos at the cat half-heartedly, but overall she's just trying to give Morgan an out.
Come on, Geladora, they're waiting.
It's like watching a car wreck. I can't look away. Morgan sticks to her act, scowling at the wholly mundane cat. It doesn't seem to faze Geladora, who simply yawns and settles down onto the floor, just out of Tara's arm's reach. Whatever previous excitement she had just about evaporated and is instead replaced with some kind of mixed frustration. And that's when I start to realize a horrifying truth. She finally looks away from us, twisting her fingers together and gritting her teeth. When it seems like she's decided on what to say, she turns back to us.
I'm sorry. I don't know why she's being so stubborn.
Well, you know how cats are.
Tara manages an extremely fake laugh as she gets up and steps closer to me. Tara was right about one thing after all. Morgan wasn't lying to us. But now Tara's realizing where she was wrong. Morgan's also crazy. It doesn't seem like she's acting. It seems like Morgan's genuinely shocked that her cat didn't greet us by name.
She talks to me all the time. I told her you two are trustworthy. That should be enough.
It's fine. I'm sure she's just shy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, she just met us. We've got plenty of time for her to warm up to us, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly. We should probably just give her some space for now and try again later. Maybe in a few days.
At this point, I don't care. It's a good thing I've played along with everything so far because it allows us to make a diplomatic exit.
I guess you're right. Still, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. She'll get over herself soon enough.
She glowers at the cat who's still napping peacefully.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Tara steps back away from the counter and into the display area again.
Anyway, thanks for lunch, Morgan. We really appreciate it.
We, have a couple more places we want to check out today, so we'll probably head out again.
Okay. Come back here when you want to ride back to the cabin.
Her expression is back to unreadable.
Right, sure. Thanks so much. Good to meet you, Gelato.
Tara waves at Geladora, whose ear twitches but otherwise can't be bothered to acknowledge us. The heavy doors slam shut behind us as we step away into the cold. I wonder if Morgan will remember to switch the sign back the other way. You know what? I've been seeing narration of sound effects going off, but I haven't actually heard them. I'm going to turn that up. I'm also going to turn that up too. Turn the voices down just a little. Outside, the wind has picked up a bit and there are clouds starting to close in. The nice day that had been shaping up seems like it might not happen.
All right, so I'll admit that was kind of awkward for everyone involved.
This is unfortunate. I was hoping for some sort of faux Victorian lady cat. I'm thinking the cat could potentially be like a shapeshifter type thing, if we're still going with like the Fae route. But also that is very Fae-like to just be like, no, I'm not going to talk to people now that you've told them I can talk. Screw you. The cat isn't listed as a voice option in the sound setting. Well, I think there's only like 4 like major characters. Maddie, Tara, Morgan, Abigail, Evelyn. Okay, so there's 5. 5 major characters, and then there's the extras. So the cat could count as an extra if the cat will talk to us. No, return. There we go.
Great, I'm glad you can admit it. That doesn't help us any.
Next time we see her, we just won't bring up the cat. Hopefully she won't either. We can just pretend it didn't happen.
Next time? What do you think is going to happen next time? That she was saving the good cryptids for the second time we hang out?
We can ask her about the spirit or the lights, that kind of thing. We get some spooky shots of the woods and we're golden. We are pros at making that kind of content interesting.
Usually we have at least something to work with. She made it up. There is no dark side to this sleepy, boring mountain town. It's just a boring mountain town, and she pretty much straight up admitted to that.
There's definitely a dark side, Maddie. You're just looking in the wrong spots. Abigail's love interest then? Yes, I'm assuming she's the ghost girl.
I don't get how you aren't as upset about this as I am. We just spent thousands of dollars to fly across the whole world for a month. And the person who invited us out here is either a liar or a lunatic.
It's only been a day, Mads. We've only seen a fraction of what there is to see around here. Just give it some time, all right?
It's been a day, and look where that got us already. Literally every single person we talked to told us to stay away from Morgan, and then we saw it for ourselves. How are you not pissed off about this?
Oh, I'm gonna keep going. Hang on. Okay, Tara shrugs.
Don't you think you're being a bit harsh on Morgan? She's been super cool with us. Like, okay, yeah, the cat thing was weird, but it's not like she tried to hurt us or anything.
I start to shake my head, forcing myself to cool off. I keep getting too worked up over this. I can't tell if Tara's being intentionally stubborn or what, but technically, she's the one who bankrolled this whole trip, and I'm still getting paid for my time here. So if she's not upset about wasting all of that, then fine. I'll meet her at the train station in a month, and she can do what she wants. I don't need to get so bent out of shape.
Okay, you're right. Maybe she's fine. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to the cabin. Are you coming with me?
Wait, already?
Yeah, I've got enough to get started. Plus, I need to unpack.
Oh, okay. You gonna ask Morgan to hitch up the carriage?
No, it's fine. I'll walk.
You sure?
Yeah, I seriously don't think I could get lost in this place anymore.
She seems uncertain, probably because of my sudden mood swing.
Okay, I'll probably do another lap around the village. Maybe get Morgan's input on some stuff.
Okay. See you later then.
See ya.
I turn and walk away so I don't have to see her staring like a lost puppy. She'll get over it. As I head through town and back towards the path that will lead me to the cabin, I walk fast and look down for most of the way. Nobody tries to stop me or talk to me, and if anyone's staring, then I don't catch it. The trip back to the cabin is easy, even though it takes me around half an hour on foot. If nothing else, I should be in pretty good shape from all the walking by the end of this trip. I spend the whole walk fantasizing about home. My comfy bed, my film collection, our cat BT. Technically he's Tara's cat, but I take care of him most of the time. Speaking of cats, I wonder how Tara will explain to Morgan why she's on her own. Well, that's her problem, not mine. Alone, the cabin is oppressively silent. I turn on the heater, partially just for the white noise. Soon its rumbling fills the air. I grab an apple from the small bowl of provided food and then head into my bedroom, setting up my laptop in bed next to me. I usually try to watch a film a day, but that's difficult when I'm traveling. Now is the perfect time to catch up, though. I open up my library and start scrolling through, looking for something I haven't seen before. Ideally a comedy, or at least something with a happy ending. I've just gotten through the L's when there's a knock at the front door. I nearly dropped my apple. Who would be knocking? Tara and Morgan both have their own keys. The knocking comes again just seconds later. Whoever's out there is super impatient. My heart thumps in my chest. What if we're being cased for a robbery or something? I hide my laptop under the blankets as I hurry into the living room. There's a third knock right as I reach the door, and I peek outside to see a shock of orange hair. It isn't Morgan, but instead her mother. I open the door right as she prepares for a fourth knock. Just how fast does she think I can walk?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Madison, wasn't it?
That's right.
I'm coming in.
She pushes past me, not even giving time to fully realize it wasn't a question. Well, I guess she does technically own the place. Inside, Evelyn surveys the area slowly and impassively, as if judging our taste in luggage and belongings.
How can I help you?
I wanted to make good on our promise from last night to talk. Please, have a seat.
Fang. Fang, 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 fang. I'm definitely not vampire. No way vampire. Not with like the stranded in the woods vibes that we're getting. But like, shape-shifting monster. Shape-shifting monster. She moves some of the stuff on the couch, gesturing for me to sit. I obey, too taken aback to do anything else.
How has your first day in Eisenfeld been? I trust you found everyone very accommodating and everything to your liking?
It was fine. Everyone's been very kind to us.
I wonder if she'd be surprised at how the villagers treated us. It seems better just to pretend everything went well for the sake of not offending our host.
Good, good. Where's the other one?
The other... what?
The other one with you, Tara.
Oh, she's still at Morgan's shop, I think.
Evelyn raises an eyebrow, though her eyes betray no curiosity. It looks like a purely symbolic motion.
Is she now? I assume then that you found something not to your liking there.
Her gaze is piercing and I absentmindedly tug at my scarf. I can't get a read on her, neither her intentions nor her feelings.
It was fine. I just wanted to come back early so I could take a nap and get started editing the footage we took.
I hope my lie is convincing. I don't want to tell her that I think her daughter's crazy. She doesn't seem to question it.
I see. Did she show you that awful cat?
Geladora?
Yes, so she did. I hate that creature. Oh, always underfoot, getting in the way.
I just sit quietly, not sure how to respond.
Anyway, Madison, please tell me about yourself. I didn't have much forewarning about your arrival, so I'm rather in the dark.
Her tone is suddenly friendly, but not warm. She smiles, but it doesn't seem to fit her mouth. Her lips seem to stretch a bit too wide. I'm probably just imagining it. As concisely as I can, I tell her about Paranormal and the things we investigate. Throughout it all, she doesn't express any opinion one way or another. She just nods occasionally.
And what brought you to Eisenfeld?
Suddenly reminded of the demons from Freerun. Ooh. That's maybe a good parallel. I hesitate. How much has Morgan told her? Anything?
Morgan told us that there are a lot of ghost stories and legends around here. Lights in the forest at night and whatnot. Tara really liked the sound of a vacation out here.
Evelyn sighs deeply. It's jarringly melodramatic after her total apathy during my explanation.
That daughter of mine. Always lying and making up ridiculous tales. It's been the same her entire life. Hysterically dragging people into her fantasies. That's something I've never been able to knock out of her.
She shakes her head sadly, standing up from the chair she'd been occupying.
I'm sorry to say that, well, you're simply the most recent victims of her lies. It's a pity, but you won't be finding anything like that out here. Besides, it's dangerous to go into the forest, especially at night. And we wouldn't want anything to happen to you after all. After all, that's why we have the rules that we do, for the safety of everyone. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of your time here in Eisenfeld, though, as disappointing as it might be.
It's nearly the exact same thing that the people we interviewed in the village itself said. It's almost like they rehearsed the answer in advance. With long, deliberate strides, Evelyn crosses the living room to the front door.
I'm sure I'll see you again.
Well, that's not ominous. She doesn't wait for me to respond, she just leaves, the door slamming shut behind her. I sit in silence for a while, unsure of what to make of it all. So Morgan's own mom thinks she's as ridiculous as I had suspected the whole time. That's pretty damning. Though I doubt it will change Tara's mind about anything, I'll have to let her know when she comes home. I stand up and head for my bedroom, passing by the chair that Evelyn had been sitting in. As I go for a moment, I swear that I feel a breeze, frigid and cold. But the moment the thought crosses my mind, the sensation is gone, like it was never there. Shivering, I return to my warm bed and laptop, and to a long overdue break. Hours later, I hear the sound of the front door opening and closing. I peek out of my bedroom, worried that it might be the mayor letting herself in again. It's just Tara, though, alone. It's been a few hours since we parted ways, and I'm not as annoyed with her anymore, so even though I'm kind of tempted to just put in my headphones and ignore her, I get up and head into the living room. She stands at the sink, flipping through a notebook. I knock on the edge of my door frame, as I enter, so that she can hear me coming.
Hey.
Hey.
Rather than looking at me, she keeps reading her notebook. Well, pretending to. There's no way she could actually be reading as fast as she's turning the pages. I decide not to call her on it. No point in starting another fight.
How'd it go?
About the same.
Is that good or bad?
She doesn't respond. She must be really upset about this morning. It's not like she's being unreasonable. Now they've had some time to rest and recuperate, I feel kind of bad about being so harsh towards her and Morgan.
Morgan's mom came by earlier.
That gets her attention. She shuts the book and turns around. Gotcha.
Really? What for?
Just wanted to introduce herself. I told her a bit about who we are and what the show's about.
What did she think?
I don't know. She didn't really say much. She was really weird. Like in a different way than Morgan. She seemed really intense, I guess.
That's one way of putting it. What I most remember is how she was glaring the whole time. It never seemed like she was anything other than angry about something. Smugly, Tara holds up the notebook she was just perusing.
I know you're gonna call BS, but Morgan was telling me a lot of stuff about her mom. Like, some seriously crazy stuff. You wanna read it?
Oh boy, they're both gonna say that the other person's lying, okay. She offers me the notebook. It hangs limply, a giant frown in the air. She's used that thing for so long that it's lost all rigidness. I shake my head.
I'll take your word for it.
I've heard enough crazy stuff from Morgan for one day. I don't need to hear theories on how her mom is actually the spawn of Satan or something.
Figured. Make any progress with the new vid?
Not really. We're gonna need more footage before there's enough to really get started.
That mean you're coming with us from now on, or what?
Yeah, I will. Sorry for being bitchy earlier.
Again.
Don't sweat it.
She strikes a pose.
Just make sure to bring your A game.
I roll my eyes, but I'm smiling. Even though we bicker a lot, I'm truly grateful that it's always easily patched up.
Yeah.
I can't promise that I'll buy into a word of what Morgan says, but the least I can do is try to be polite about it. The tension resolved, Tara yawns and flaps her notebook at me again.
All right, well, I'm gonna hit the hay soon. What about you?
I'll probably watch a film first. I'm not that tired yet.
How many times can you watch 2001 without getting sick of it?
I don't know, but I intend to find out.
Tara and I each head back to our bedrooms. As I go, I feel a bit better about everything. Just because I'm quitting the show doesn't mean I want to lose Tara as my best friend. We've been friends for over a decade, so of course we've had our disagreements and arguments. I think the longest we've ever gone without talking was a month. Still, over the last few days, it felt like we've been coming dangerously close to saying something that goes too far. Either one of us. And thinking back on today, I can't really pretend that I'm not the one who was mostly at fault. Even when I'm aware that I'm losing my cool, sometimes it feels like it's hard to stop. Tara totally has it coming, though. At least some of the time. From now on, I will be better. I won't let myself be as obnoxious as I was today, for everyone's sake. I climb into bed and set up my laptop, getting comfy. In the dark with my headphones in, it doesn't take too long to immerse myself in the familiar feeling of a film that I love. That's what I appreciate about movies. No matter the circumstances, they can help you escape. My eyes are getting heavy, and I pull the blanket up to my chin. The computer is balanced in just the right spot to not fall off the bed. All things considered, it's a cozier setup than I could have hoped for from a cabin out here. Sure, the Wi-Fi's bad, but it gives me an excuse to catch up on my backlog. Everything's perfect to fall asleep. The sound of something knocking on my window wakes me leap up. It's past midnight. There shouldn't be anyone here. Maybe it's a bird or a squirrel or something. From where I'm lying, I'm not able to see. Should I yell for Tara? No, not until I know what it is. If it's just some wildlife, as is probably the case, she'd never let me live it down. Still, my heart pounds as I slam my laptop shut, killing the only source of light. Without it, the room is pitch black, dark enough that I can't see what's at the window, but hopefully it can't see me either. If this turns out to just be a lost rodent or something, I'm gonna feel real stupid. Stalk over to the window, prepared to cut and run if I need to. Slowly raise myself up to eye level. Oh. Why are you doing this? Why do you keep doing this? Oh my god, Morgan. Morgan is pressed against the window pane, looking into my room with one hand resting against the glass.
You have a minute?
God damn it. The tension drains out of me, replaced immediately with exhaustion. I should have known.
You couldn't knock?
I did.
I rub my temples and sigh. She's technically correct. The worst kind of correct.
Okay, I guess I have a minute. But if you're going to come in and talk, please use the door.
Of course. I'm not going to climb through the window.
Then don't knock on the window. Color me shocked. I head into the living room and hesitate in front of Tara's door. Should I knock? Knowing her, she's probably already asleep. I've always been jealous of her ability to pass out instantly. I decide to leave it up to Morgan. There must be a reason why she knocked on my window and not Tara's. I unlock the front door and let Morgan in. She's waiting with the thermos of coffee in her hands like usual.
Sorry to bother you. I know it's late.
It's fine. I was still awake.
Not for much longer, ideally, but I keep that to myself.
Were you working on the video?
Nah, just watching a film before bed. Can't do much until we have more footage. And even then, I left most of my setup back in the US.
We sit down on the couches just like her mother and I did earlier. For all her faults, at least Morgan isn't as terrifying as her mom is.
Does Tara help with the video work at all?
Not really. I've tried to teach her stuff once or twice, but she's not interested in learning.
That sounds like her.
Yeah.
I'm a little put off by Morgan already feeling like she knows Tara and what she's like. I guess that's a result of watching someone online for so long. You start to think you know what they're like even though you only ever see one side of them. We get it a lot, so I'm kind of used to it. Sometimes it can become a bigger problem though. People think they're entitled to us acting a certain way because they've seen it online. Fortunately, Morgan hasn't been that way at all. Yet. I do wish that she would get to the point of why she's here though. But instead she gets up and heads to the kitchen area, retrieving a coffee mug from the cabinet without ever turning on the lights. I twist around to watch as she pours some of the coffee from her thermos into the mug, and then loads that into the microwave. Must not be a very effective thermos. Alicia's polite enough to make sure the microwave door doesn't slam. She leans against the counter, barely visible to me.
Tara told me that you're leaving the show after this trip is over.
Of course she did. I must have made a face because Morgan clears her throat loudly.
Sorry, was it supposed to be a secret?
Nah, it's fine. But yeah, that's the idea. I'll go back and finish school.
I see. That's a shame. I know you hate when it happens, but I've always enjoyed the moments where you're on camera.
Thanks. I'm just camera shy. Ironic, I know. She's yanked me on screen enough times that I'm a bit used to it by now, though.
Morgan hits the stop button on the microwave a second before it dings. She retrieves her coffee and heads to the couch.
But I guess that's why things seemed a bit tense between the two of you, right?
I always choose the worst time to take a bite. But a good thing I just finished my pasta, so we're good. Before I can answer, she shakes her head.
Actually, sorry. That's none of my business.
You're fine. It's that obvious, huh?
A bit. You seem tense whenever I see you. That's actually the main reason I came by. I promise it wasn't just to be nosy.
I was starting to wonder.
I came by to say that I'm sorry. I know that you're also uncomfortable around me.
She says it as nonchalantly as if she was telling me about the weather. I bite my lip. I mean, she's not wrong, but I don't want to just say that.
It's okay. You don't have to spare my feelings. I guarantee I've been called worse than whatever it is you're thinking. It's just that I'd sleep better tonight if I cleared the air between us first.
Heading to bed, Cookies. Sounds good. Good night. If you have work tomorrow, good luck with your shift. She takes a long sip of coffee that should be hot enough to scald her mouth. I can't fathom how she could sleep at all, or if she even needs to anymore.
I mean, it's nothing like that. Nothing personal,
You're
really.
gonna fucking need it.
I'm just
Godspeed,
a
Cookie.
cynic, I guess. If it makes you feel any better, I'm the same way for pretty much every episode. You just get the behind-the-scenes experience this time.
Morgan shrugs.
Can't blame you for thinking I'm crazy or full of shit. But I can promise you that I'm not stupid.
Takes me a beat to realize that was a joke.
It's fine. I'm always the skeptical one out of the two of us, after all. There's just a lot going on, like you heard. So I'm sort of a mess all around right now. It's not your fault.
I half laugh.
At least not entirely.
She smiles thinly, seeming to appreciate my bluntness.
To be perfectly honest, you weren't really what we were expecting either.
She sets the coffee down, looking interested.
Really?
Yeah, we were prepared for someone super fangirly and like all over Tara. Like annoyingly so.
Not me.
Right. Even in your email, you seemed a bit more...
I don't know how to not say this rudely. Interesting, engaging, not monotone.
More energetic.
Ooh, she saves me again.
Yeah, pretty much.
The emails that we had to exchange back home had lots of smiley faces, exclamation points, and other cheery touches. In person, however, seeing Morgan smile at all is a rarity on its own.
That makes sense. I wasn't trying to trick the two of you or anything. It's just easier to be open like that online, I guess.
I understand.
That much, at least, I really can't empathize with.
I know that you don't know me, and that so far, I haven't given you any real reason to trust me or believe me, but I hope that you'll at least give it a chance. Paranormal is really important to me. I've been a fan for years, but I'm not the type of person who would invite you to the middle of nowhere just to meet Tara. I invited you out here for a reason, and I'm confident in that reason, but I understand that you'll need more proof than that.
I wait to see if she has more to say, but that seems to be it.
Thank you for telling me all this, though. I really do appreciate it. And I'm sorry for being so dismissive. It'd be nice to be wrong for once. So, I hope that we do find all that stuff you talked about. I really do.
Tomorrow night, I was going to show Tara around the woods a bit. Would you like to come along?
Yeah, I'll be there.
I don't especially like the idea of wandering the forest at night, but I can't exactly say no after I just promised to be more agreeable. She nods and takes a careful swig of her coffee, then she stands.
Cool. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get some rest.
This visual novel has some nice music. It really does. I think they have the music set into 2 parts for the soundtrack. And I think it's also on sale right now because there's like some Steam event that they're a part of. So if you're interested in Studio Elan's work, then there you go. Or Studio Elan. I think it's E with an apostrophe over it, so Elan, maybe. I don't know how you're supposed to say it, I'm sorry. She heads for the door and throws it open without waiting for a response. The temperature plummets right away and she turns back.
Thank you for listening. I appreciate it too. But just so you know, I'll prove you wrong.
She closes the door and disappears into the night. The voice work also seems pretty solid, rather grounded in a way that I feel really works well with it. Yes, yes. I'm so used to visual novels having like higher pitched voices that hearing both of the main characters had like lower pitched ones, and even Morgan with the pigtails does. It's like, oh, that's nice and refreshing. And it was a little difficult to get used to at first, but now it's just I'm already, after it's only been like 3 hours, I'm already about it. We head to the appointed meeting spot right at the turn of the hour. Even during the day, the forest felt hostile and foreign, but now, at night, it's downright scary. Each rattle of a branch is a demon's footsteps. Every gust of wind is a monster's breath. I stand close to Tara, treading on the backs of her feet several times.
I think this is supposed to be the place.
I look around the area. It's indistinguishable from the rest of the woods. My only comfort is the tiny pinprick of light that represents our cabin back at the forest's edge. A feeling of dread creeps its way up my spine. What if this is a trap or a setup? Maybe Morgan's just lured us here into the middle of nowhere and is waiting out of sight with a knife in hand or something. Considering we traveled thousands of kilometers to get here, if this was a trick, we fell for it hard.
Maybe we're early.
I know that we're not. Tara sweeps the flashlight around, illuminating a few identical trees before the light's beams peter off into oblivion.
Maybe we should just go back.
The light passes over Morgan, suddenly a meter away from us. Tara jolts backwards, crashing into me. The flashlight plummets to the ground, bouncing once before stopping. I keep my balance barely and catch Tara's arm to stop her from falling.
Are you okay?
Short term? Yeah, but I think I just lost 10 years.
No, valid.
What about you, Mads?
I'm fine.
You don't sound fine.
What on earth were you doing?
Me? I was waiting for you.
Where? Didn't you hear us?
Just over there. Sorry, I had headphones in and missed you.
Headphones? In the woods? I don't believe it. You just apparated right in front of us. I know what you are!
You were just standing in the dark? In a forest? Wearing headphones?
Yes? Why?
At a loss for words, I can only shrug. Does hanging out alone in the dark in the middle of nowhere not register as weird for Morgan?
He just spooked us is all, no worries.
She stoops down and retrieves the flashlight from the snow, drying out her sleeve. She brushes off the snow the same way she brushes off Morgan's actions.
Anyway, it's all good. What now?
Morgan turns and faces the trees, shining her flashlight across them.
I thought we could walk around a little. It might help you to get a better feel for the area.
Behind Morgan's back, Tara and I exchange a look of concern. Tara gives me the slightest of shrugs. I'm still reluctant, but I nod. If Morgan's planning to kill us, it's not like it'll make a difference whether she does it here or in the forest. And I'm pretty sure she's not a murderer anyway.
Sure, lead on.
Morgan sets off without another word, and we follow just a couple paces back.
Are we going somewhere in particular?
Not really. I doubt you want to go too far this late at night, right?
Yeah, that's the point. Please don't kill us.
Right.
That's fine. We'll stick to the edge then.
As we walk, Morgan keeps her flashlight pointed straight ahead in the direction that we're going. Tara, on the other hand, swings hers around, looking up trees and out into the abyss. She and I only brought one flashlight with us. The spare is sitting in one of our suitcases back at the cabin. I regret leaving it behind, just on the off chance that we somehow get separated.
So, did you learn anything useful today?
Not really. We went around town some, but
most people didn't really want to talk.
yeah.
How'd you know?
That's how it is around here. People are mistrustful.
I was kinda surprised by that. Figured with how out of the way it is here that we might have been, I don't know.
Treated like celebrities?
Hey now, don't project. But something like that.
It's more like they isolate themselves by choice. We have internet and TV. It's just that lots of people choose not to use them. I'm guessing they probably had some not so nice things to say about me too, right?
Neither Tara nor I respond. Our silence lasts a bit too long.
It's okay. I'm used to it. You don't have to pretend or anything.
Light shines in our faces as Morgan turns around, half smiling.
Hey, you two don't need another assistant back where you live or anything, right?
My mouth flaps like a fish while I try to think of a diplomatic response, but then Morgan laughs and faces forward again.
Just kidding.
You did like to wander the woods outside your house when you were younger, but it was during the day, and also not in an isolated forest part of some grand conspiracy. Like, it's different. It's different when it's in real life, and you can choose when you're going into things. These two are just, like, so trustingly going, oh yeah, into the spooky snowy woods in the middle of the night. And I get the point that she's making overall of, like, oh, we're already stuck here in the village. If she wanted to kill us, it's not like the news is ever getting out anyway. I get it. However, I would still never be signing up to go on a spooky forest walk like this. No way. We trek on in awkward silence. I'm not even sure what we're supposed to be doing or looking for. We're just wandering in the dark, trusting that Morgan knows how to get back to the cabin. It's cold and my feet are sore, and I'm once again regretting coming to Eisenfeld. I gently tug Tara's sleeve right by her elbow. When she looks at me, I silently gesture back towards where we came from and shrug, hoping she'll get the message. Now, she mouths back. I nod. She gives a worried look over towards Morgan, who's now slightly farther away. Tara holds up 5 fingers. 5 more minutes. Sighing, I nod again. We hurry to catch back up with Morgan.
Something wrong?
Oh no, Maddie, had something in her shoe.
Oh.
It's hard to tell if she buys it. I wouldn't. Mentally, I'm counting backwards from 5 minutes, already imagining the comfort of my bed and blanket back at the cabin. How I'm going to survive a whole month of this is an issue for future me to worry about.
I got lost out in this part of the forest once.
3 minutes and 32 seconds. 3 minutes and 31 seconds.
Don't worry, though. I know my way around now.
Yeah, they mentioned something about that.
Step on Tara's foot again, this time totally on purpose.
I thought they might.
Her tone is still completely nonchalant. At least Morgan seems impossible to offend.
It's too bad it looks like it's going to snow tonight. We probably shouldn't stay out too late.
Thank God.
Yeah, that's too bad.
I'm sorry this was so disappointing. I'd hoped that there would be more to see.
What exactly were you expecting? It's the middle of the night.
Come on, Mads, it's about the atmosphere. It's way spookier out here when it's dark.
I know, that's half the problem.
We can turn back now if you'd like.
Before I can agree, Tara shakes her head.
Nah, let's give it a couple more minutes. You came out all this way for us after all.
I glare at Tara, but I think she missed it. I've lost track of my countdown too.
Whatever.
The small apologetic smile that I barely noticed does little to assuage. Ooh, it's assuage? Assuage? I think it's assuage. Assuage? Assuage. My comfort. My discomfort. Is something out there as a music track name? Yeah, that's definitely not ominous. But it's okay. It's cool. It's fine. It's not, you know, like an intense bass line or really loud drums or anything like that. So we're good for now. We traipse aimlessly through the snow for a while longer. I stare at my feet more than at the path ahead and simply follow in the footprints left behind by the other two. So I nearly slam into Tara, who's come to a complete halt yet again.
What now?
I saw something.
You did?
Tara, stop messing around. Let's...
No, I mean it. I saw something.
I shut up. I can tell by her tone that she's serious. She saw something, or at least she thinks she did. The three of us turn and face the way she is. It's even deeper into the forest, barely lit by the moon.
There was a light.
Someone else walking around?
There shouldn't be anyone out at this time of night. It's dangerous to be in the woods once it gets late.
I opt not to point out the obvious hypocrisy.
It was probably moonlight or something.
It wasn't the moon, Maddie. There's something out there.
Ooh, look at that. Ooh, I like that. Nice perspective work. Both of them point their flashlights in the direction Tara's looking. Aside from more trees, there's nothing to be seen.
Tara?
Maddie.
She grins.
This is what we're here for. Come on.
Tara breaks into a run, leaving Morgan and I behind in surprise. We exchange a look before Morgan runs off after her. I have no choice but to go too. The regret is almost instant. Cold knives pierce my lungs with each heavy breath. I'm not in the best shape to begin with, and the snow and boots don't make things any easier. The only consolation is that we're running in a straight line, so it won't be hard to follow our path back. Every so often we pause to catch our breath. The pace is catching up to Tara too, who has to fight to keep her smile on. Morgan seems unfazed by it all. I'm about 3 seconds away from demanding that we give up when I see it. The girls spot a mysterious pink floating light in the forest, and Tara points it out to the others. Way off in the distance, too far to identify the source, is a light. It sparkles and glimmers like a star that fell to Earth. I fall silent, the words stolen from my mouth. Then Tara points, stating what we already know.
There it is!
Buoyed by her second win, Tara runs off again. This time, Morgan and I are close behind. We follow the light, which sometimes blinks out but soon reappears. I'm too focused on not slipping and falling to give much thought as to the source. There's no telling how long or how far we've been going. Somehow the light never seems to get any closer or further away. It's like it's running from us.
Hey, wait up!
Tara yells out into the darkness. If whatever it is can understand her, it ignores her. Running is quickly becoming difficult. My lungs burn from the cold, and my breathing turns ragged after barely a minute. Tara pulls further and further ahead from Morgan and me, her one-track mind fixated on that light. After a bit longer, I hit my limit, and my pace slows back to a walk and then a stop. I fold over, hands on my knees, and I gasp for breath. Morgan crunches to a stop just ahead too, turning back towards me.
Are you alright?
I try to respond, but I'm breathing too heavily to be able to talk. I just wave my hand, gesturing for Morgan to go on ahead without me, but she doesn't.
Are you sure?
I force myself to stand and nod.
I'm fine.
In the murk, Tara's become a disembodied light herself. Only the flashlight's glow visible. I watch it bounce to a halt and then slowly make its way back towards us.
You guys give up too easily.
How are you not dead? I haven't seen you run in years.
That's 'cause you never hit the gym with me.
I don't know if she's joking or not, and I am too worn out to care.
So, what was that thing? Do you think it was your forest spirit?
Morgan's eyes widen.
You believe me?
Tara shrugs.
I'm considering it at least. I mean, what else could it have been?
Fairies.
Morgan says it very nonchalantly. I side-eye Tara, who is very interested in her boots.
The forest spirit doesn't really make a light like that. At least, not that I'm aware of.
Right, that makes sense. Doesn't it, Mads?
It was probably someone from the village.
As soon as I say it, I know how unlikely that is. The way the light seemed to always maintain a precise distance was unnatural. I can feel the seeds of doubt being sown in my heart.
But it was definitely strange.
Tara looks at me with more pride than a rainbow flag.
Hey, holy shit! That's practically canon in Maddie terms.
I roll my eyes, but it's partially just for show. I'm curious at the very least. I wouldn't call myself a believer as much as Tara wishes. But that's two strange things so far, which is two more than I expected when I boarded the train out here.
It was strange. That's as much as I'll...
A yawn overtakes me in the middle of speaking. It doesn't help the pain in my lungs.
Oh, guess it's past your bedtime, huh?
I kick some snow at her and it bounces uselessly off her pants. With the way we've been bantering with each other, it really does feel a bit more like old times. Make that 3 strange things on this trip so far.
We should begin heading back anyway. We can't go much further in before I'd be lost too.
You still know where we are?
Yes, of course. We'd be in trouble if not.
She has a point. I got so caught up in chasing the light that I lost track of what direction we'd come from.
I'll show you around more tomorrow. There's something you might like to see.
Yeah? What is it?
A surprise. We'll go tomorrow before it gets dark. It's a bit of a walk.
Does it have to do with whatever that light was?
I have no idea. It's possible.
Story of my life. Okay, well, we'll call it quits for tonight and pick back up tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess.
That's fine by me.
Great!
She hops forward, then pauses.
Guess you ought to lead the way.
Morgan smiles as she does just that. It takes us only 15 minutes or so to reach the cabin. We must have added a lot of time to our trip with all the wandering we did. Morgan bids us farewell at the door, which I barely return before stumbling inside. I am halfway out of my boots by the time Tara's
Guess
inside.
you're not staying up late then.
I'm out like a light the second I hit the bed.
Tara grins just briefly.
Right.
My hand is on the doorknob when Tara clears her throat.
Hey, thanks for, chasing after that thing. I appreciate you playing along.
My hand lingers on the door, poised to turn.
Yeah, Of course. Let's see what we find tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. Right. Good night.
Night.
I quickly step in and then shut my bedroom door before Tara can say anything else. As I switch off the lights and crawl into bed, I remember the end of the train ride here. I felt the same just now, standing there not knowing what to say. It would be so easy. I banish those thoughts from my mind and wrench my eyes shut. There'll be time to worry about it tomorrow. I have time to think. We have a month. As I slowly drift off to sleep, the exhaustion that I feel winning out over the stress, the last thoughts I have are of dancing lights in the snow. We start to fall into a bit of a routine. Every day, Tara and I will get up and explore Eisenfeld or the surrounding area a bit. We never go too far into the forest, but just enough to set up some dramatic camera angles or to film some monologue segments for Tara. Once Morgan's done with work, she'll join us or show us around. Sometimes she brings her cat with her. Surprise, surprise, it still hasn't said a word. She keeps promising it eventually will though. Ever since the night we saw the light in the trees, we've hoped to encounter something equally mysterious or interesting. No such luck though. Any sort of hope or excitement that I had, any bit of belief that I allowed myself to build up, has been squashed back down to resigned indifference. My trademark. I know. It took about a week of this before Morgan asked us to wait for her at the cabin, saying she was finally ready to show us that thing that she mentioned. She still wasn't any more forthcoming with what it was, but over the week, we'd known Morgan and I gotten a little more comfortable with the idea. If she was gonna leave us in a shallow grave or something, she'd have plenty of opportunities to do that already. The heavy clouds overhead promise a darker night than the past few, and probably heavier snowfall. We won't be able to stay out very late. Even with Morgan's guidance, the possibility of being caught in a snowstorm is hard to ignore. Tara paces back and forth outside as I linger in the doorway, trying to enjoy the warmth from the cabin for as long as I can. Finally, a fashionable 15 minutes late, I spot Morgan heading down the trail from the village towards us. Tara zips off to intercept her, and the two of them approach together.
Hey, sorry I'm late. Work was a little busy tonight.
The song name reminds you of Barotrauma song name because it has things like embrace the abyss, something's outside, look beyond the watery shadows and seafloor cries. Yeah, that does seem like is something out there would fit. Oh, I hope that's not ominous.
No worries.
Well, that answers one of the myths of Eisenfeld that I was curious about, whether or not anyone ever actually stops at Morgan's store. Tara bounces around between the two of us, raring to get going. Morgan smiles approvingly at her.
So, you said you had something special planned for tonight, right?
She spent the whole day trying to guess what it is.
I think I've narrowed it down. It's either a crashed UFO, the Fountain of Youth, or Elvis.
Wait, is Elvis actually considered a cryptid?
Those are the ones you narrowed it down to?
Someday, Mads, it's gonna be Elvis, and you're going to wish you'd believe me.
I face Morgan, pointedly turning my back to Tara.
Anyway, we're ready to go if you are.
Do you both have flashlights? We're going to be heading a bit deeper into the woods this time.
We both hold up our lights in unison. After our first venture into the forest together, there's no way I'm ever going out there without us each having a flashlight. Just having one makes me feel more self-reliant. It helps suppress my anxiety a little bit. Just a little.
Great. Follow me.
Elvis? Apparently! I'm so tempted to look up to see if Elvis actually is a cryptid, but I don't think I actually want to know, or at least I don't want to have that in my search history, you know? I'll spare myself that horror. We circle back around the cabin and head into the woods.
I've been waiting to show you two this since you got here. You're going to love it.
Tara starts to vibrate again, clearly soaking up the suspense. As much as I hate to admit it, she's got me pretty curious too. I'm not sure what she could be keeping secret out here and for so long.
This isn't going to be dangerous or anything, right?
Maddie. You're going into the woods at night on a cold night where it's likely to snow. You have a 50% chance of dying at any time.
Probably not.
I like those odds.
We set off at a fairly brisk pace. Tara makes it a point to walk right by Morgan's side, taking short and hurried strides. If she doesn't find out where we're going soon, I'm pretty sure she might actually explode.
Okay, I'm gonna keep guessing. Ancient graveyard, fairy circle, satanic ritual, Sasquatch den?
Close. It's a church.
Tara stops dead in her tracks.
Wait, a church? Was Maddie right when she said you were gonna try to get us to join a cult?
I never said that.
I might have said that. Despite our antics, Morgan never stops or slows down.
Nothing like that, I promise. It's really old. Older than any of the buildings you've seen in Eisenfeld. The people who built it are ancestors of the residents today. I guess they were what you'd consider pagans. They worshipped a god of the forest.
Whoa.
I expect more to the story, but that seems to be Morgan's stopping point for now. She focuses on the path instead, swinging her lantern around in an arc as she looks for whatever it is that's telling her where to go. Every single tree around me looks identical, but I guess one of them is a little more special than the rest. When she sees whichever one that is, she starts to lead us on again. My glasses start fogging up a bit more as we walk. I should have insisted that Tara layer up a bit more. I'd be a pretty crappy friend if I let her freeze to death out here.
So, to summarize, your great-great-whatevers and the rest of the villagers built an old church out in the forest to worship a giant forest spirit, and that's what we're going to see right now?
Right.
Have I mentioned that this is going to be the best episode of the show ever?
Morgan's got Tara hanging onto her every word, hook, line, and sinker. I'm glad she's having a good time at least. No thanks to me.
You said it's older than the rest of the village. Do you know how old?
Centuries at least. I don't know how many. I've done some research on the history of Eisenfeld, but none of the books really mention it.
How'd you learn about it then?
A lot of it comes from old journals, or other documents left behind by the people who used to live here. Parts of it are passed down as family legends, too.
The image of Evelyn and Morgan sitting cozily by a fire while Evelyn tells stories is one that I can't imagine actually happened. I'm not going to pry into the details of that, though.
You think we could take a look at those journals sometime? Maybe we could show them off on the show. Authentic first-hand accounts, or something like that.
For some reason, now Morgan stops looking ponderous. I also realize that it's starting to snow, just barely but enough to make me bite my lip and watch the sky.
I'd be happy to show you.
Score! You're seriously the best. Like, thanks for doing all this.
It's nothing really. Don't all your hosts do the same?
A lot of them only stick around for the first day or two. Then once they realize there's a lot of filming and setting up behind the scenes, they get bored.
For all her issues, I can't deny that Morgan's been a much more gracious and helpful host than we're used to. I do like how they have their own little snow effect. Oh, and now it's picking up too. Very nice, very nice. Because it said it was gentle and I barely noticed it at first. I like how they went in on that and like actually had it match the text. We walk in silence for a little bit. All the while, the snow continues to fall, getting heavier and heavier. At first, I tried to ignore it, but it's hard. Like always, it seems it'll fall to me to be the responsible one.
Hey, Morgan, are you sure it's safe to keep going? It's starting to snow pretty hard.
Both of them look up as if they hadn't noticed.
Oh, you're right.
Now it's Morgan who turns around and looks back the way we came. I can practically hear the gears turning in her head. Tara watches, looking anxious. Oh, so she only worries if Morgan starts to look uncomfortable.
It's going to get bad pretty soon.
She says it so matter-of-factly that at first the severity of her words don't register. Then every single alarm bell in my head starts ringing.
What? How soon is pretty soon? And how bad?
I'd say within the next half hour. Those clouds don't look good.
That's an understatement. They seem to be moving almost impossibly fast. Just like that, the weather has gone from a light snow to the start of a blizzard.
We need to turn back then. Back to the cabin.
I take a couple steps, but the fresh snow has made it harder to walk. Even the trail that we just left has been partially obscured.
We're closer to the church than the cabin. I think we should go there and wait it out.
Wait it out? What if it doesn't just pass by? What if we're stuck there for days?
It's better than being dead, you know.
I turn to her in disbelief.
No shit it is!
Morgan wrings her hands, looking genuinely distressed.
I don't know what's going on. I don't think it was...
Once again, she looks back in the direction we came from, lost in thought.
We're just wasting time standing here arguing, you know. Morgan said we should go to the church, and she's the expert.
I'm loath to call her an expert at this point, but Tara's right that we don't have time to spare. We're definitely in dire straits if she's the one being the voice of reason.
Fine, let's get going then.
We don't waste any more energy on talking, we just follow Morgan as closely as we can. The light from her bounces in the wind, reminiscent of the light we followed just a few short nights ago. I focus on it, using it as a beacon, since it's easier to keep track of than Morgan herself. I bury my face into my scarf as much as I can, feeling the wind push against me and making it harder to walk. By now, the world around us is starting to grow more and more blurry. It'll be a whiteout before long. My heart beats hard in my chest as my anxiety starts to skyrocket. We keep walking, huddling closer together as we press on. Tara keeps a brave face, but she's shuddering more with each step. Morgan and I push a little closer to her, hoping to help shield her from the wind as much as we can. When we get back... If we get back... I'm not letting her take another step outside until she agrees to start wearing something warmer. After what feels like years, we come to a stop. My legs are leaden with the effort of marching through the snow. I'm afraid that Morgan's going to say that we're lost, but then I realize that we've arrived. Just ahead, a huge stone building stands tall. For its supposed age, it looks remarkably intact. The howling winds buffet it, but even from here it looks infinitely safer than being stuck out here. A pair of massive wooden doors loom before us.
Just give me 1 second and I'll get this open.
She grabs a hold of the door and starts to pull. The freezing wind works against her, and for a tense moment I worried that she wouldn't be able to get them open. But then with a creak that's audible even in this weather, they slide open to let us in.
After you.
We don't need telling twice. Tara and I hurry inside, with Morgan letting the door slam shut behind her as she follows. The first thing that strikes me is the temperature. An old stone building in the middle of a blizzard should be frigid, but it's not. In fact, it's almost warm.
Mads,
Ooh!
we hit the jackpot!
Look at that! Her shout reverberates around the massive chamber, leaving a faint echo in its wake. When Morgan said a church, I figured it'd be some small wooden shack with a tacked-on steeple, but this... Yeah, you can see the stained glass up there and everything. Okay. Tara's flashlight beam dances wildly along the walls as she spins in circles, trying to take in every last detail all at once. This is nothing short of incredible. I let my light drift as well, but slowly enough that I can actually take the time to process what I'm seeing. The whole interior is remarkably well preserved. A few broken pews, a couple pieces of collapsed stone, and a layer of dust on nearly every surface are the only things that make the place seem anything less than brand new. Looking closer at the building itself, I can see various flourishes or designs decorating the walls and railings. Whoever built this place, they built it as a labor of love. The centerpiece is a massive stained glass window that dominates the center of the wall. Far wall. Its brilliant colors form an intricate pattern. I make my way over to Morgan, who's currently watching Tara dart around the building with a small, satisfied smile. It dissipates as I approach. Even though I'm relieved to be out of the storm, I can't believe we ended up in this situation in the first place. Before I can say anything, though, she beats me to it.
I'm really sorry about this. I truly am. If I'd thought the weather would turn so foul, I'd have never suggested we come out here. The last thing I want to do is place you and Tara in any danger. I just wanted to show the two of you something tangible. Something different.
I swallow my harsh words. Chastising her wouldn't do us any good. Plus, she's right that the weather changed way faster than I would have expected or even thought possible. So I just rub my shoulders, trying to massage some warmth back into
Don't
them.
apologize yet. There's still plenty of time for us to die of starvation or something like that.
I think it's more likely that we die of exposure first.
Well, that's reassuring. Suddenly a beam of light swipes across my face. It comes from Tara on the other side of the building.
Hey, come check out these books!
Morgan and I both start to head over.
By the way, how do you keep it so warm in here? I was looking for a heater or something, but couldn't find one.
It's magic, I think.
You know what? I'm not even gonna argue. Tara's waiting excitedly next to a stack of books. That's probably a first.
Check it out.
The wooden shelves are warped and damaged beyond repair, but have still retained their shape pretty well. The books that line them are in similar condition. When I remove one, its one soft cover is cold and rigid, and the text has faded into illegibility. But flipping through the pages, a few of them are still readable, or at least would be if I could understand the language.
Tell me these aren't filled with ancient incantations or something.
These aren't filled with ancient incantations.
She holds up a book to her face and blows a puff of air towards me, filling my face with dust. I wrinkle my nose, coughing and spluttering.
Hey, what the hell? You don't know what's floating around in here?
Morgan, I think, has been telling the truth every time. She says the light that we were following is a fairy. I'm willing to believe her that it's a fairy. And now we get brought in here, and the place is strangely warm, and she says it's magic. I'm willing to believe her on that, too. The question is, like, who is doing this? Who has preserved this place? Is it Evelyn? It's way too early. Like, I have no evidence for anybody, I guess any one person to be behind this. It could be like a natural phenomena. It's a place with enough history and power that maybe some magic just kind of took root.
Literally the only person alive could be in a haunted church and not care at all.
She never said it was haunted, you know?
You know what? That was very quiet. I'm just gonna turn the sound effect volume down a little bit. Voices up a little bit more.
And I'm sorry that I'm still a bit too shaken up over, you know, almost dying in a snowstorm.
Psh, we weren't ever in any real danger, I'm sure. Isn't that right, Morgan?
Actually, I wasn't sure we were going to make it here.
Tara's eyes widen, the reality of the situation hitting her at last. Then she grins.
That makes this an even more badass story for the vlog.
Oh my god, she truly is a content creator.
Mads, you'll have to go hard on the wind sound effects. Maybe we should set the camera outside, get some footage of the blizzard?
She hurries over to where I'd abandoned the camera on one of the pews and picks it up, dancing around as she frames mock shots. I open my mouth to tell her how dumb that is when a trickle of dust spirals past me. The whole church shakes with a slight tremor and more dust is... What do you mean tremor? More dust is displaced.
Earthquake?
That would be the icing on this cake. It would be horrifically ironic if we survived the blizzard only to die in a freak earthquake. Something tells me that's not what this is, though. There's another tremor, slightly stronger this time, and with it a distant boom like someone shooting a cannon in the forest. The three of us exchange a glance silently. For once, even Tara is silent. The stained glass window rattles. I hear Morgan suck in a breath. When I look at her, her eyes are wild and confused. The thunderous sound is getting closer. Then there's another sound, a blistering crack that I recognize as a tree splintering. No winds, no matter how strong, should be able to do that. Wordlessly, Tara heads over to the front doors. Though my first instinct is to call her back to what I hope is safety, I find myself more curious than afraid. How? How are you not afraid? Okay. I have to know what it is. I have to see it. Morgan lingers behind us, unsure of what to say or do. Tara reaches the door and presses her shoulder against it. She pushes the door open just a crack, or at least she tries to. But the terrifying wind catches and rips the door all the way open as if presenting the scene before us. I struggle to comprehend what I'm seeing. An immense monster towers over the trees and church, putting all of Maddie's doubts to rest. It has antlers and what the fuck? So that's maybe like small kaiju sized. Kaiju sized in general? Oh boy. Tall, taller even than the trees, stands what I can only describe as a monster. Two enormous, luminous red eyes peer out across the black expanse of the night sky. Neither the howling wind nor the biting snow seem to affect it at all.
Oh my god.
That's not possible.
This can't be happening. This can't be real. My legs are about to collapse under me. My heart drops like a rock in my chest, and every heartbeat sends a rush of blood through my body so strong it drowns at the cacophonous storm. Tara fumbles with the camera, her hand shaking violently. Cursing, trembling, she struggles to lift it up to her face, repeatedly losing her grip as she tries to focus on the thing in front of us. I don't know how she can even have the presence of mind to do that. My thoughts are a blur as my mind does its best to process what I'm seeing. It's like the forest itself came to life, like a whole mass of trees just uprooted themselves from the ground to form something that can't possibly exist. Branches twist and contort into each other, one tree splits into 10, wood, rotting into decay and growing anew again, spin from the impossible red center. Two immense horns pierce the sky, looking like lightning bolts permanently imprinted against the clouds. Every thought that I can manage to form is fleeting. Every rational part of me tells me what I'm seeing shouldn't exist, that it isn't possible. And yet here it is. Undeniable in red. What is that? Huh? All I can do is stare. The red glows brightly, burning my eyes like it's staring right back at me. Maybe it is. The beast shuffles forward, its feet obscured by the forest below. With each movement, there's another massive echo. Trees crackle and snap beneath its immense weight like twigs, flattened to nothing and buried under snowfall. Are we passing the fuck out? Slowly, the beast lumbers off into the night and is swallowed from sight by the darkness. Soon, even the sounds of its footsteps fade too. I'm not sure how long Tara and I remain in petrified silence. I realize that I've fallen to my knees, though I have no recollection of it happening. I feel like I have no recollection of anything. That nothing will ever make sense again. At some point, Morgan comes to my side, helping Tara and I back indoors. My whole body is numb with either shock or the cold, perhaps both. She leads us to one of the benches that's mostly intact. I collapse down onto it, my legs still unwilling to support me. I glance at Tara. All the color is gone from her face, and she is still trembling. I probably don't look much better. For a long time, none of us know what to say. We sit and wait until long after the snow has stopped falling and morning arrives. Oh my god, that was only chapter 1. Holy shit. That's a lot. I haven't saved yet, so I'm just gonna do that real quick. Yoink. A variation on the belief, since Sumerians and the original stories are very different from the general understanding of them. I don't know if you should be using that word, randomist. I want to say there's a bit of a cultural taboo. Like the original stories that those cultures, that those stories come from, I think it's a cultural taboo to say that word. I do not remember for sure, but I would recommend looking into it to be safe. I don't say a word on the way back to the cabin. How can I? How do you vocalize the knowledge that your core understanding of the world just turned out to be wrong? Feels like the ground beneath my feet dropped out from under me. My steps are unsteady and I feel nausea coming up like waves. My head pounds hard. I've always prided myself on my healthy skepticism, but I can't deny what's right in front of me. My thoughts scramble to find some way to explain it, some way that I can piece it together in a way that I can understand. But it's hopeless. Tara is still struck mute. I expect her to be bouncing off the walls, to be unable to calm down. After all, this is what she's been after for years. Ever since we started the show. Ever since she had the first idea for the show. Now that we finally actually found something, neither of us know how to react. She keeps playing the short clip she recorded over and over again, watching it until the battery runs dry. A lot of it is unusable due to the snow and her shaky hands, but there are still a few seconds of clear, uninterrupted footage. Her ratings are gonna go off the charts. We're going to have to prepare for endless barrages of questions and accusations of doctoring the footage. This will mean interviews, national news, maybe even a book deal. Nothing will ever be the same again. but all we can manage is silence. Morgan's the only one who seems somewhat calm, though even she's a bit shaken. She's the one who coaxes us to leave the church and start heading back to town. It's the obvious thing to do. Somehow, the suggestion sounds like a crazy idea that I would have never come up with myself. All of my thoughts are mush. If it weren't for Morgan, I'm sure Tara and I would both end up wandering the woods in total shock. I can barely manage a slow stumble as I fall from way behind. Thick, fresh snow impedes the path. The blizzard subsided, but the harsh winds bite at my exposed skin. It all feels like too much.
Maddie, are you okay?
It takes me a few seconds to even register her voice, and a few more to realize that she's looking at me with genuine concern.
Yeah, I'm fine.
My brain screams to ask for help, and my body feels moments away from collapsing. What kind of help could she give me? I can only focus on reaching our destination. Morgan looks like she wants to respond, but instead resumes her trek forward, this time moving at a somewhat slower pace. After a while, the faintest light in the distance comes into view. The cabin. Our light. Our refuge in the darkness. Tara's pace quickens to a near sprint, like she had been waiting for this moment. She rushes and crosses the distance, disappearing inside. Morgan walks alongside me. She opens the door, following inside behind. I feel a sudden pang of guilt over how much I've disregarded her before now. Especially since she was actually right. Oops, sorry about that, didn't mean to hit the mic. As soon as I reach the couch, my legs give out from under me and I fall onto it like a ton of bricks. It isn't until I hit the cushions that I realize I nearly crushed Tara, who was already collapsed next to me.
Sorry.
She doesn't say anything. She might not have noticed. I thought that getting back to the cabin and safety would renew her enthusiasm. She should be running circles around me, screaming, "I told you so." Everything about her whole existence has just been validated. But she's just looking down at the ground without saying a word. Her bangs obscure her eyes, making her face unreadable. Her chest rises and falls in an odd rhythm. Then I realize that just like me, she's still trembling. The monster silhouette flashes through my head again. Huge and terrifying, the red light shining down to every center of my being.
Here, this will help.
She sets 2 glasses of water down on the table in front of us. It didn't even register her coming over here. Tara clears her throat and leans forward.
Thanks. Seriously.
They're the first words that she's spoken in what feels like hours. She manages a small sip, but most of it dribbles down her shirt. I don't even have to reach for my glass, knowing that my hands are just as shaky, if not more. My entire worldview is shattered. It's going to take more than just a walk in the snow and a glass of tap water for everything to sink in.
How are you not freaking out? Have you seen that thing before?
Yes. Yes, she has. Obviously, she was talking about it before.
No, that was my first time as well.
Wait, what? She doesn't answer the other part of my question. Tara continues to slowly drink her glass of water while mine remains untouched. At some point, Morgan goes into the kitchen and prepares a pot of coffee. I can hear her rummage around in the fridge and smell the coffee as it brews, but neither register beyond a cursory awareness. What does get my attention is when she sets 2 steaming mugs down in front of us, hot coffee sloshing over onto her hands.
Drink this. It'll help.
I do as I'm told, lapping at the brew since it's too hot to sip. Tara does the same. Morgan sits beside her on the couch, draining her own mug much faster than we do as she gazes out the window. By this time I'm about halfway through my own. I do feel a bit better. Whether that's because of the warmth, the caffeine, or just the placebo effect, I'm not sure. Once we're finished, we just lapse back into preoccupied silence. Yet again, it's Morgan who breaks it.
I think the 2 of you should take some time to relax. I need to get home soon too, before I arouse too much suspicion. Does that work for you?
Oh yeah, sure, go ahead. I looked at Tara, who doesn't seem to have even heard what Morgan said.
Yeah, sounds fine.
The more that I think about it, the more appealing it sounds. Right now, I want nothing more than to curl up in my bed, cocoon myself in blankets, and sleep for a while.
Okay, I'll see you later then.
Never one for long goodbyes, Morgan heads straight for the door.
I'll message you soon.
She leaves before either of us can respond. We sit. And sit. I don't know for how long. Longer than I've ever seen Tara sit still. I just don't know what else to do. As much as I'd like to, I know we can't just sit here forever. The knowledge that we'll soon have to return to mundane, everyday things feels unreal. We just witnessed something magical and life-changing. How can we just go back to a normal life? But I know that in truth, the world hasn't changed at all. Just our knowledge of it. No matter how long we wait, the outside world will continue to pass us by. It feels like an eternity passes, but Tara's voice breaks in the silence. I'm not sure if I fell asleep or not, but I wrap with a start, and my heart beats 100 miles an hour.
So, what do you think?
About which part? There's a lot to take in.
Yeah, about all of it. Or any of it.
While she sits, she idly pulls on a loose thread from a blanket close by. She pulls and pulls, and it unravels even further. I don't think she notices she's doing it.
I think the main thing is that I wonder what else is out there now. Not just in the forest, but in the whole world.
If Morgan has seen the forest spirit thingy, but not that one, I wonder if that means there's more. Oh, that's terrifying! Something like dark, made of trees. It has like a red glowing heart and red eyes, and there's multiple of them in the same woods. Ooh, do not like that. That sounds dangerous.
Are there more of those things? Or is it the only one of its kind? And how did no one ever see it before? There's just so much that I don't know how or what to feel. What about you?
Again, she shrugs.
Same, pretty much.
There's no way you're not gonna get that BooTube award now, you know?
Okay, so they've name dropped YouTube just fine, but this is called BooTube. Is that meant to be for like the sphere that Tara operates within as a paranormal investigator? It's just like instead of bread tube or whatever, it's BooTube. It's a surefire joke. It should be an easy smile, but she doesn't react at all.
Probably not. Think I'm gonna crash. Good night, Mads.
Just like Morgan, she gets up and leaves without even giving me time to reply. There's barely 5 seconds between her saying it and her bedroom door slamming shut behind her. It's possible it changes form whenever it shows up. Changes form or potentially like changes size. I think I'm inclined to actually go with the idea of there being multiples, because we already have, like, you know, there's supposed to be Fae in the forest too, and there's something weird about Morgan's mother and Morgan herself and the entire town. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's more than one strange big monster thing. Like, specifically not just the really super tall one, but also like smaller ones similar to it is what I think it would be if there was multiple of them. I don't think they would do like a form changing thing, because it's not like there are multiple roots. Nah, it's fine. It's not at all the kind of response I expect from Tara, but these are far from normal circumstances. All that I can do now is wait for her or for Morgan. Wait and wonder. After a late night spent researching, I awaken around 11 in the morning, a good 2 or 3 hours later than I usually get up. I get dressed in a hurry, not want to keep Tara waiting before we head into town. It'd be a pretty ironic twist though, since usually I'm the one who has to wait for her to get ready after late nights. I have a sheaf of notes that I took and a hand cramp to match. I'm not sure how useful all of it will be, but it's at least a starting point. Tara's good at seeing the hidden connections and putting things together too. It makes for entertaining videos, even without results. Out in the living room, a lukewarm pot of coffee and a used mug are the only indication that she's awake.
Hey, I'm up now. Slept in a little. I'll be ready to go in a sec.
I call out from the kitchen, preparing my own cup of coffee. She doesn't respond. I wonder if she can't hear me with the door closed. I go and knock on the door, being careful not to spill any coffee on myself. No response. I knock again, louder. Most likely she has her headphones in, or she fell back asleep.
You ready? I'm good to go. I have a bunch of notes and research too. Maybe we could go over some of it with Morgan.
Silence. She's not that heavy of a sleeper. I knock again even harder, but she still doesn't answer. I jiggle the doorknob a little bit. It turns easily. I open the door slowly, giving her ample time to yell and interrupt me. But she doesn't. Her room is empty. She left without me. I let go of my carefully arranged papers, suddenly not really caring that much about them as they fluttered to the floor. My hand shakes, hard enough for coffee to spill out of the mug and staining the pages below. So, that's how it is. Whatever it is. I swallowed a lump in my throat, forcing myself to not overreact. Maybe she tried to wake me up and I slept through it. Or maybe she just went out for a walk and will be back soon so we can go into town. There are 100 different benign scenarios for what could have happened, but in my heart, I knew that she ditched me, plain and simple. I go to the sink and dump out my coffee, my appetite suddenly gone. Then I pick up the papers that I dropped. A few are ruined beyond legibility from the coffee, but it's not like anyone will miss them. I throw them in the trash, along with the sodden paper towels that I used to clean up the spill. I gather the rest of the papers into a pile and leave them on the kitchen counter. Throwing them away feels like a waste, but I don't really want to look at them right now. I retreat back into my room and slam the door even though there's no one around to hear it. I put on a film at random for background noise more than anything. My thoughts start to wander before the opening credits are even finished. What exactly was it that I did that upset Tara so much? Before Morgan took us to the church, things were fine between us, if not a bit tense. But I was working on my attitude and she didn't seem bothered. And since seeing the monster, both of us have said so little. So I'm just left wondering what I did wrong. I wish she would talk to me and at least help me understand. I'm about 15 minutes into the film before I realize that I have the French audio track playing without subtitles and I haven't understood a word of it. I close my laptop and stare blankly at the wall since it's the only thing I can do and not mess up right now. Juice, hello, welcome in. We're getting pretty close to the end of the stream, but nice to see ya. Throwing all your points at my husband's team. Okay, I get it. Whatever. Yeah. Nice to see me too. You know, maybe I'll stop greeting you if you're just gonna keep being like this. I'll stop greeting everyone if it means that they're gonna be like this. But thank you. The new fit is a gift from Evie. She's the one who normally does the PNG supermodel art. And it was my birthday specifically. That's why she made it for me. I'm very happy with it. It's a Final Fantasy XIV reference, and it's very fun. What is the theme of the fit? Bees! Bee idols! The character in Final Fantasy XIV is called Honey Bee Lovely. And I've sung her theme as part of like my karaoke before. You know, someone that goes, I'll be your queen bee, honey bee lovely. You're one and only champion. I'll be a full, Won't you be my little drone honey? Something like that. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I'll be a full-time royal, worship me. There we go. So it's that character. And it's just a fun song. It gets stuck in your head really easily. And it was so shocking to me that Final Fantasy XIV of all games would have a fucking like idol combat song. So I love her. And so it was great that Evie decided to gift this to me. I'm going to get so much mileage out of it. I'm going to definitely use it for future karaoke streams. I can swap between like the basic one that I have there and this one. But I also decided I loved it so much, I needed to put it on my regular model too. I guess I'll fill you in, Juice. We're playing Heart of the Woods right now. It is a Yuri visual novel, and we only just recently got into chapter 2 after seeing a big giant monster in the woods, which is really important because our main character and her best friend are two paranormal hunters. They have a whole YouTube channel thing, and that's the reason why they're out here. We also have a third person in the narrative, the person who invited us. Her name's Morgan. And she's weird as hell. She keeps on unironically saying things like, it's magic, or there's fairies. And now we've seen the tree monster, or a tree monster that she was talking about, except it's not the same as the one that she saw. So there's clearly a bunch of weird shit going on in this strange little town in the middle of some faux European northern icy setting. It isn't long before I can hear the crunching of 2 pairs of footsteps outside, as well as the low murmur of conversation. The front door bursts open, and from my room I can hear the din of Tara entering. Oh, now the auto is turning back on.
Gotta be related to the stuff in the journals. There's no way they're not talking about the same thing. Just send all those pics to my email address when you can. This is gonna be so freaking good.
Sure thing.
I sit paralyzed in my bed. Should I ignore them? Go out and act like nothing's out of the ordinary? Part of me just wants to hide in my room, but the way Tara and I have always gotten over our arguments is by being open about our issues. Plus, Tara would know that I'm at the cabin, so if she brought Morgan back here, I doubt she's trying to avoid me. Maybe they came back specifically to include me? Hoping for the best, I head out into the living room. Tara's brewing a pot of coffee while Morgan leans against the counter. A few books that she must have brought from home are stacked beside her. She glances up as I enter.
Hey, Maddie.
Hey there.
Tara nods without facing me.
What are the books?
Wait, why is Tara upset? I didn't miss anything in the log, did I? Hang on. Have I ever considered puppy playtime? No, I know that's like an actual jump scare horror game, right? No, I can't do those. I'm really bad at them. Honestly, most horror games I cannot. Oops, sorry, I hit my fork. That's not the first time I've done that. Okay, I've completely removed my empty plate of food from my desk. There we go. Now I won't hit the fork again. But yeah, most horror games I cannot handle, even like psychological horror games. I'm really bad when it comes to like building tension and stuff that also scares me. It's not just jump scares. So, I just can't play them. This place is less overtly creepy than Silent Hill. I would agree. There haven't been like people turning into monsters or anything like that. Poppy Playtime is more like a puzzle horror game. I mean, yes. Most horror games aren't just horror games. I think the most popular ones usually have some kind of puzzle element to them. Like Resident Evil and Silent Hill are both actually like huge onto the horror game side of things. Not horror game, sorry, the puzzle game side of things. What about Amanda's Adventures? I don't think I know what those are. Sorry, I was looking back at the log because, like, Tara, we saw the supernatural and you'd think she'd be happy about it. And now she's just kind of ignoring us, and I'm trying to see if there's something I missed, but no, I don't think there's anything that would have set her off. Okay, all right. I guess we'll just have to learn. And nothing has been said for why Tara is doing this. Okay. I nod at the stack. Tara sets 2 cups of coffee in front of her and Morgan and slides the books towards herself.
They're the journals she mentioned on the walk to the church. She was letting me take a look at them.
She put emphasis on the word me, like she's the only one allowed to. Maybe that's the case. Oh, okay. Maybe she's bitter about like our skepticism and how we were mean to her about it before. And now she's feeling justified in her belief. Okay. This isn't off to a great start.
I see you've picked up a coffee habit too, huh? Morgan's really rubbed off on you.
Yeah.
She turns to face Morgan, being sure to exclude me from what she says.
Okay, we can chill in my room. Might want to grab one of the spare chairs from out here.
Oh, okay.
It's a small consolation, but I can tell that even Morgan feels a little uncomfortable with the situation. She gives me a sympathetic look, but she doesn't say anything. Just why is Tara acting like this? If she would just tell me, we could work it out. I stick out an arm, halting Morgan as she carries the chair across the cabin.
Tara, can I talk to you for a sec?
Two of them exchange a look, but I can't tell what it's supposed to mean. Then she shrugs. I gesture towards my room, and she follows me in. I shut the door.
Can you please, tell me why you're mad at me?
I'm not mad at you.
I scoff.
Whatever you want to call it, why are you treating me like this?
Like what?
I can already feel myself starting to get angry, but I try to keep it under control.
Please don't play dumb like that. You barely talked to me for 3 days, you ditched me this morning, and now you're going out of your way to exclude me. I don't know how to interpret that as anything other than mad. I have no idea what I said or did to piss you off, so I don't even know what to apologize for.
Tara runs a hand through her hair and looks around my room. It's the first time she's been in here since we arrived in Eisenfeld. It's more or less a carbon copy of hers, so I don't know what's so interesting about it.
I'm not mad, I'm just not wasting your time with this stuff anymore. I can take it from here.
I'm not quite sure I heard her right.
Sorry, what?
I said I can take it from here.
Take what exactly?
The vid. I mean, you're quitting anyway, so I've got to learn how to do all this on my own, right?
But that's not...
I don't even know what to say to that.
Why not ask me at least? Or even tell me? That's so screwed up.
How do you figure? Every day since we've got here, you've talked about or at least shown how you don't want to be here. You even said it yourself. You had to make an effort to be less bitchy whenever we go out. So, now that there's a solid lead, I can figure out the rest of it myself. Or at least with Morgan's help. If you want, I can buy you an early train ticket home or something. Next one should be coming through in a day or two. You don't have to keep pretending to care.
The whole time, her tone never changes. It's flat and emotionless. I wonder if that's another result of Morgan's influence. I wait, expecting there to be more, hoping that there's more. There isn't. I stand there dumbfounded. Tara shrugs again and then leaves, closing my bedroom door behind her.
Okay, sorry about that. Let's get those journals.
Why does Tara have such a deep voice? They all do. They're like way more grounded than you would normally expect looking at the character designs. I think they just went for a more like naturalistic voice for a lot of them. I think there's you can still tell, of course, they're acting their lines, but they're still not trying to go for like the Genki high energy anime girl stuff, which I appreciate. I'm a little paranoid about like the whole like, oh, Morgan's rubbing off on Tara. It's like, is this just a normal thing of we've been here in game? Like, they don't always say how much time passes, but it's definitely been like a week and a half or something. So is it just that Morgan has spent enough time with Tara, or is it like some weird fable shit? Thought maybe someone was in a voice call of me reading Tara's lines. Nope. All of the major characters are voiced in this, but none of the narration is. So I've been reading the narration. I can still hear her talking to Morgan through the wall, bright and chipper. My legs feel weak all of a sudden, and I collapse into my bed. Through everything, my own misgivings and concerns about my future, choosing to quit the show and telling Tara about it, and even witnessing the monster at the church, I've managed to keep my composure. But for the first time in I don't know how long, I can't stop it any longer. Oh, she cries. Oh. All of this feels so unfair. Of course I didn't want to be here. It's been a waste of time every single other time. I get it. I was the skeptic the non-believer, only humoring her in all her exploits and playing as her foil. I rained on her parade constantly. And now, after everything that's happened, she was right. I can't deny that. But why does that mean I don't deserve to be involved with it now? Maybe she took my leaving personally, even though I swore that wasn't the case? I was only doing what was right for me. I needed to move on and do something with my life. So is it really my fault that I meant I had to stop playing around with paranormal stuff? After these past couple days, I was even starting to reconsider that. Maybe staying on the show wouldn't be so bad. Once the episode goes live, everything will be changing. But now I don't feel like that's an option. Like she'd even want me there anymore. I feel like everything in my life has changed in just a few short days. Like I'm lost at sea without anything to hold on to. My best friend in the whole world is at the epicenter of it all, and I'm thousands of miles from home. Through the walls, I can faintly hear the sound of Morgan and Tara discussing whatever it is. Not nearly loud enough for me to make out any words, but enough to be reminded of my exclusion. I wonder if Tara knows how upset I am, or if she expected me to be grateful. Neither would surprise me. I cry until my eyes are dry and sore, but I don't feel any better. The walls of my bedroom feel claustrophobic, and the vague sound of Tara talking is insufferable. I hurriedly bundle up and slip out of my bedroom and out the cabin to get some fresh air. The cold is just barely more manageable today, but it's still preferable to the atmosphere inside. It stings my wet cheeks, burning reminders of my unhappiness. I pick a direction at random and start heading into the forest. As long as I don't make any twists or turns and just go in a straight line, I won't be able to get lost. Oh no, girl. No! This is a bad idea. Okay. Can't wait to see me playing Dark Souls. And that's me when I see my husband's goals going, yeah, I know he's in the lead. I get it. You don't have to rub it in. Tch. Yeah. No, I had faith that you guys would come around and support me as the streamer, but alas. Don't mean it like that. Yeah, just keep gloating. I see how it is. Humph! 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 Wow, Juice. Thank you so much for the 60 points donated to my team. Oh my god, wow. Is that all you have? Oh man, you're broke as hell. But it's okay. It's okay. There we go. Thank you, Randomist. Thank you. You're playing both teams now, Randomist, but it's okay. I'll take anything at this point. After what I've seen, the woods feel especially hostile now. I wonder what else could be lurking in the shadows or farther amongst the trees. Countless possibilities that I'd never considered are suddenly plausible. But for once, I don't hesitate. I just walk, my feet automatically stepping over roots and other forest debris. Underfoot, the snow is slushy and messy. My head feels the same. My heart hurts. Everything hurts. My nose burns from crying, the cold only exacerbating the effect. Oh, thank you for the stretch redeem. I should get a good stretch in. Arms up. Now down to the sides. And some wrist rolls for good measure. You gonna save up your points to redeem off stream? I see, Juice. You were talking about having to save up the other day, I think. Now you're even further behind. Okay, good to move on. Thank you for the stretch. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? I just feel lost. I reflect on the show and on the years I've spent with Tara, and I wonder how it all came to this. The show had been her idea, of course, but I was the one who encouraged her to go through with it. She'd always had a flair for the dramatic, whether it was a school play, or her old blog, or even the over-the-top fanfic she used to write. I'd always been there to support her, whatever it was. I'd go over her lines with her and help her rehearse, or even edit her fics. When she first had the idea for Paranormal and combining her two biggest interests, cryptids and herself, I was the only person who said she should go for it. I even came up with the name, which I'm still pretty proud of. First, I thought it would just be another entry in a long list of harebrained ideas that Tara would start and quickly lose interest in. I gave it 2, maybe 3 episodes tops before she got bored. But the reception was good, and the views started coming in, so did the ad revenue and the sponsorships. What had started as a weekend hobby turned into a weekend responsibility, and then into a day job. My role went from holding a cheap camera and stitching together the footage to actually learning proper video editing and investing in decent equipment. It seemed only natural I'd be the one to handle all the invites, fan mail, inquiries, and more. The professional side of things. Put my life on hold for the show. Quit college halfway through my film studies degree. I moved out of my cheap student housing. I gave up my barista job and the store manager promotion I'd been hoping for. I dropped everything in order to make Tara make the best show possible. Sure, it wasn't like I had it rough. Tara's always split the royalties with me and pays for the expenses herself. The two of us have done pretty well for ourselves, better than we had any right to expect. But at the end of the day, it was still always about Tara. Her name in the title, her name on the contracts, her name in the fan mail. Tara, Tara, Tara. And when it's all over, when the final episode someday goes up and she moves on, she'll be able to take that name with her anywhere. That success, that popularity. Wait, hang on. Randomness, how is it saying that Hydrate is out of stock? Let me go check my points. Because that does not make any sense. Yeah, it's 1 minute cooldown. I had it at 10 before. I even put it at 15 redemptions. I'll save that now. I just hit save on it. Maybe it might take like a refresh or something, but see if it'll work now. Yep, there it is. All right. Glad it's working. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. So yes, Terrell will have the success and popularity, and all I'll have is the memory. The more I dwell on it, the more unfair Tara's behavior seems. I can feel anger overcoming my sadness. Oop, that's not the right thing. Return, and then click here, and then we're good now? How could she say I'm only pretending to care? I gave up years of my life for her and dedicated them to making her look good. Without me, she'd have never been able to balance running the business side of the show while actually making it. Hell, she's not even close to being tech savvy enough to do what I do. Part of me wants to spin around right now and go back to the cabin and demand an apology. But I know how that would go. She'd just get defensive. And even if she did say she's sorry, she wouldn't mean it. It wouldn't actually fix anything. We'd just be back to where we started when we first got to Eisenfeld. Awkward and tense. There isn't really a good solution that I can think of, but I have to do or say something. I can't just leave things as they are. Her offer for an early trip home lingers in my mind. I'm sure she'd make good on that promise. It sounds pretty tempting, too. In less than 3 days, I could be comfortable, warm, and back in my own bed. I'd never have to think about Morgan or Eisenfeld or forest spirits or weird churches or floating lights again. I could just move on with my life the same way I've been planning to once I get home anyway. As I think that, though, I know it's not really an option. I'd never be able to live with myself if I let it all go unresolved. 2 piercing red eyes shine in my memory, and I know there's no way I'd be able to forget them. Remembering the monster makes me stop and take stock of my surroundings. I've been walking at a pretty good rate, unhindered by the weather and fueled by my bad mood. There's a small clearing just up ahead, and it looks like it might be a good spot to take a short break. It's not very big, I realize when I reach it. I could toss a stone from one side to the other. It doesn't feel as stifling as the rest of the forest, though. I clear my throat. It's the only noise I can hear. The sounds of the village don't travel this far. They barely reach the cabin for the most part. Overhead, the sky is a crystal clear blue for the first time that I can remember. It's still freezing, but it isn't cloudy. Not even an airplane or vapor trail disturb the tranquility. I rub my eyes and defog my glasses. I must look like a real mess out here. I do feel a little bit better, though. The fresh air alone has helped to clear my head. The snow underfoot is well trampled from my stomping around, and mud mixed with the slush to form a thin paste that sticks to my boots. If there was somewhere to sit down, this place would be perfect. I make do with leaning against a tree that's mostly dry. I'll need to remember how I got here. It would be nice to have a place of my own to retreat to when I need it, away from the other two. Just as I'm enjoying the tranquility, there's a rustling sound overhead, and I look up just in time to get a face full of snow as it slides off a branch. Perfect timing! I cough and splutter, wiping away as much of it as I can, though a lot of it still falls into my clothes. I flap my jacket like wings, trying to knock it out. Right then, from the corner of my eye, a quick motion catches my attention. It's gone too fast for me to notice more than a glimpse of fabric, and I turn around to see who it was. But there's nothing there, and no sign of anything having been there. Heart pounding, I walk over in the direction that it came from, looking for footprints or something. There's nothing. I rub my eyes. Maybe it was the snow messing with my vision? Oh, snap! The harsh, unmistakable sound of a branch breaking cracks behind me. I spin around, expecting to see Tara there with a dumb smile on her face for having spooked me. But again, there's nothing. I pull my coat tighter around myself and press my back against a tree.
Hello? Is someone there?
My voice resounds through the clearing but goes unanswered. In the middle of the clearing, a mysterious woman appears for just a moment. She has long pink hair and a lavender nightgown. Despite the snow, she's barefoot. Again, a flash of movement from the corner of my eye. This time, I'm sure I see it. A glimpse of purple darting behind a tree. I start towards it, hand reaching, but without a clear plan in mind. Just like a dog chasing cars, I don't know what I'll actually do if I catch it. I walk into the middle of the clearing, turning a slow circle, hoping to spot whatever it was.
Can you hear me? Hello?
It already knows I'm here. There's no point in trying to hide. What? Snow crunches off to my left, and I pivot just in time to see a girl disappear behind yet another tree.
Hey, wait!
I may as well not be saying anything for all the effect it seems to have. I hurry to the tree where I saw her, but she's gone. I'm just running in circles, chasing after who knows what. My heart beats like a kick drum. A million possibilities race through my head, each more fantastic than the last. Maybe she's from the village. Maybe I imagined her. Maybe she's another forest spirit. Maybe she's the same forest spirit we saw before in a different form. Any of them could be true. I've seen now that nothing is impossible. I look all around, searching for a clue and finding none. This is a bad idea, I know. Every single fairy tale I've ever read warns that this is a bad idea. Chasing after mysterious girls in the woods never ends well. She could be luring me to her secret lair, or it could even be a disguise of some kind of terrible monster. Maybe it is the forest spirit come to exact revenge for trespassing in its territory. I should turn and run, race back to the cabin. If I told Tara and Morgan, I'm sure this is the kind of thing that would override Tara's annoyance, at least for now. It could be our chance to patch things up, pursuing some new mystery. Or I could not tell Tara, and I could solve the mystery myself, whatever it is. For the first time, something happened to me that doesn't involve Tara. I could keep it that way. My hand is trembling, but I reach out in the direction I last saw the girl, more as a sign of openness than anything else.
Are you still there?
Having them show up for like a single frame is a neat detail. It really sells that she's phasing in and out. At least I assume that's what it is. Silence.
If you can hear me, can you let me know?
No response. My fingers close over empty air. This is stupid. I feel like an idiot talking to no one. If she wanted to be caught, she would have let me, I'm sure. But then if she didn't, then what was the point of even showing herself?
I'll come back tomorrow, okay? If you'll be here again.
It feels desperate. It is desperate. But I can't let this chance go, not when this could be all I have. A light breeze blows through as if to answer. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I stand there hoping for another sign. As I give up and turn back towards the path home, I see it for just a split second. A bright pink light, crystal clear and the color of a sunset, flashes just once. It's the same as the one we chased through the forest several days ago. My breath catches in my throat. My muscles tighten, poised to follow, but my common sense overrides. As much as I want to, I can't go running off into the forest on my own. I'd probably never find my way back. I swallow. If it can understand me like it seems to, then I'll see it tomorrow, once I've had more time to prepare. I face the direction the light came from, even though it's gone now.
I'll be back tomorrow. I promise.
Ghost girlfriend, finally, after 4 hours of gameplay? Oh, sorry, not girlfriend yet, just ghost girl. Girlfriend eventually. What? Morgan and Tara never noticed me come home. They might not have even noticed that I left. I don't make any efforts to talk with them. I'm still too angry with Tara. Instead, I spend the rest of the day in my room watching films or reading. All the research that I was so eagerly working on is put aside, stuffed into a folder that's out of sight on my hard drive. I have my own project now, my own lead to explore. The thought of that light and the mysterious girl in the woods stays on my mind through it all. Even late into the night, I can hear that Morgan's still over in Tara's room with her. At some point, the sounds go from conversation to something else. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. They can do whatever they want. I turn up the volume on my computer. It's well past midnight when my eyes finally get heavy enough to sleep. God damn. It's been like 2 weeks, girls. Okay, all right. Go, I guess, get it, Tara. You were gearing for her in the first place. The next day, I head straight to the clearing without telling anyone, nearly 24 hours to the minute since I left it. From the thick clouds overhead, I can tell it's going to be a short trip. Still, I have to go, at least to see. My heart thumps with anticipation and more than a little nervousness. It's an odd mix. I force myself to keep a calm demeanor and not get too worked up. It's difficult. I'm hopeful, but I don't know what for. I don't have a camera or even my cell phone. There's no way I could provide anything, I could prove anything that happens, and it's not like there's anyone who could vouch for me, say that I saw what I saw. For now, it's important that I keep it that way. This encounter, whatever it may be, will be mine and mine alone. Arriving at the clearing, I brace myself for what I might find. Nothing's changed. I'm met with silence. There's the faint sound of trees rustling in the wind, and nothing more.
Hello? Are you out there?
I give it a moment, waiting and hoping for a response that never comes. Maybe it really was my eyes playing tricks on me. The light could have been a reflection of the sun, and the girl could have been... There isn't a doubt left in my mind that the girl was there. There's no way I didn't see someone. Frustrated, I kick at some of the mush on the ground. It splashes up and splatters my legs.
Are you there? I'm waiting. Please.
And I feel like a fool. I'm pleading with someone that may or may not exist to manifest. If someone had told me a week ago that I'd be here doing this today, I'd have laughed at them. Everything about the situation is unlike me. My irritation builds up. With myself, with Tara, with the stupid ghost light, with everything. Whatever was there is gone now. And really, what kind of an idiot convinces herself to come back for an imaginary date with a weird breeze? I clench my fist, looking without seeing. Slowly I turn circles, hoping for something, anything. I traipse back and forth at an increasingly desperate pace, not really sure what kind of clue I'm searching for, but just knowing that I can't sit still. If I sit still, then I'm giving up. And if I give up, then I really don't have anything left for me out here. For the second day in a row, I feel the sting of tears in my eyes, and I pinch my eyes shut to stop them. Not here. Not today. I hold my hand there and suck in a deep breath. The cold air stings my throat. I steady my breathing, fighting back the urge to cry. After a moment, once the urge has passed, I lower my hand and open my eyes. Ghost girl! Here we go! And she's there. So silently and suddenly that it's like she was never not there. The mysterious girl stands before me, barefoot in the snow but seemingly unfazed. She regards me with a curious look, her eyes wide, like I'm the one who's out of place. Now that she's here right in front of me, I realize I don't know what to say.
Hello?
It is all I could muster. My voice comes out weaker than I expected. Her eyes go wide at my word. Her lips move, but no sound comes out. She mouths something else again, still without a voice.
I can't hear you.
Frown. She turns away. Have I disappointed her? Is she going to disappear again?
Please don't go!
I don't know why I want her to stay. Something is clearly different, unnatural. This isn't a normal girl. But that's exciting in and of itself. The girl turns back around to face me again. She looks just as confused as I feel. There's a nervous sort of energy to her. Beneath the gown she's wearing, far too thin for the weather, the girl's legs are tense and ready to bolt. I take a step towards her, holding out my hand the same way I'd approach a kitten or a lost puppy.
My name's Madison. Can you understand me?
She still looks a bit nervous but nods. So we speak the same language. That's good. Is she from Eisenfeld? I can't imagine she's from anywhere else. There's nothing else around.
You were talking, right? Just a bit ago. But I couldn't hear you.
Another nod. That means that for whatever reason, her words can't reach me. Maybe she's naturally mute, or maybe her voice was magically stolen. Every idea that comes to mind is more ridiculous than the last, but I consider them all equally. To my surprise, I'm able to remain calm and by my standards, pretty level-headed. Seems like the girl's more afraid of me than vice versa. I drop my hand down, offering a handshake. She stares at it for moments, maybe expecting it to turn into a snake, or for me to shoot magic bolts from my fingers. When neither of those happen, she gingerly, slowly reaches for my hand. It passes right through me. Her fingers glide through the palm of my hand like a breeze disappearing into the air. With a sad smile, she looks down, seemingly expecting this result. Horrific realization slowly dawns on me, with the same tinge of certainty that guided me out here. This girl isn't really here in the same way that I am.
You're a ghost.
A slow, sad nod. She looks apologetic about it, for inconveniencing me with her lack of a corporeal form.
I'm sorry.
The words feel weak and inadequate, nearly like a non sequitur. But really, what do you say to a ghost? She shakes her head vigorously, hair flying about, trying to rid herself of some bad thought. She gives me a big smile and stretching her arms wide, turning about to gesture to the trees around us.
What is it? I don't understand.
The girl bites her lip, wondering how to better convey her message. Then with a decisive nod, she points at me, then points at the ground between us. Pausing a moment, she holds that pose. Then she points at the trees, in particular the path I come from, and shakes her head. A flash of fear knives its way under my skin. Is she threatening me? She definitely doesn't look like it.
Something about where I came from?
She nods and then repeats the pointing, first at me, then at the ground.
Me? Right here?
Another nod.
You're asking if I'll stay here?
She nods and claps, hopping up. If she doesn't come down, she hovers there as if suspended by invisible strings, then slowly lowers herself back to the ground. I'm not sure if that's what she was going for, but I smile.
Are you showing off?
She laughs and nods, glad to be understood. I like that expression. Wow, you're pretty.
I can stay for a bit, sure. If you want me to, I mean.
The girl practically zooms the short distance between us, moving with what might be supernatural speed. She stands so close that her gown phases through me, uncomfortable in its lack of sensation. And she nods again, this time solemn and hopeful. I can't fight the feeling that she could easily be setting some kind of trap or leading me astray, but I still don't get that impression from her, so I agree.
Okay, I'd be happy to.
Her avatar moving up and down was really cute. Yeah! Yeah, they're doing such a good job of like having the sprites move to fit the writing. I love when visual novels go through that amount of detail.
But I can't stay for too long, or Tara will start to wonder where I am.
Tara again. For the first time since we arrived, I was able to fully push her from my thoughts. I was so overwhelmed by meeting this girl that Tara didn't even register on my consciousness. But now, there she is again. She's more haunting than the ghost. The ghost in question mouths Tara's name, one of the few words I can actually lip read.
The person I came here with, she's, back in the village.
The girl's eyes go wide and she points in the direction of the forest, then makes a dragging motion back to where we are. This one's easy to understand.
No, she's not coming here. She has no idea.
For the first time, I'm glad the girl can't speak because it means she can't ask me to elaborate. I don't want to think about Tara right now.
Anyway, were you here yesterday too? Watching me?
A nod, wholly unapologetic.
I thought so. I also thought I might be crazy though. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised by either one.
She looks surprised. I wonder if she knows about the other supernatural occurrences in the forest? Maybe they're connected somehow.
The other day, my friend and I were out in the forest.
Nod.
And suddenly there was this huge snowstorm out of nowhere. And we saw this giant thing.
I stretched my hands out to indicate just how enormous it was, but the enormity, it's the enormity? I think that it is not needed. It's superfluous. But the enormity and terror of it are impossible to convey.
I don't even know how to describe it. It was a monster of some kind. Like a huge tree had come alive and was walking in the snow. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not only does the girl nod, but she laughs, finding something funny about my story. I'm not sure if I should be worried or not.
So you've seen it. Is it, like, evil?
A firm shake of her head.
That's good. It was honestly the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
After that, we taper off into silence. Well, I do. I don't have a reason to believe her, but so far she doesn't seem threatening at all. I have a hard enough time holding up my end of the conversation under normal circumstances. This just makes it even harder. The two of us just stand there looking at each other. Now that she's not moving around so much, I'm able to get a better look at her. She seems to be around my age, if not a bit younger. Her hair is long and slightly unruly, reaching well down her back. She reminds me a bit of Rapunzel, all alone in the forest. A cute bow midway down helps keep her hair in place. Her wide eyes are curious, but slightly sad. Still, she smiles so easily that I wonder if I'm just imagining the sorrow. As green as emeralds, her eyes kind of remind me of Morgan's. I was so taken aback by her sudden appearance and, well, ghostliness that at first I didn't realize she's beautiful. Her choice of attire makes a lot more sense now that I know she can't feel the cold. The gown she's wearing has a few dangling threads and scuff spots, which I assume haven't changed since she died. I shudder, trying not to think of my own mortality. What was it like? Why is she here instead of whatever usually happens when you die? Does she know what she's missing? An afterlife, or lack thereof. I have a million questions about her life and about life itself. There's so much I want to ask, but it's impossible. Plus, we've only known each other a few minutes. It feels like that would be rude to ask right away. A thick snowflake lands on my cheek, startling me. I'd pretty much forgotten about the weather. Overhead, the clouds are getting worse and the snow is starting to fall more heavily. As much as I want to spend more time with her, I really don't want to be caught out in a blizzard a second time.
I need to go back now, but will you be here again? I'd like to see you again. If you'd like that too.
She nods emphatically with a grin to match. I can't help but smile in return. It's nice to know that someone is looking forward to seeing me.
Okay, I'll come back as soon as I can. I promise. Although, I'm not sure when the weather will let me do that. On the next sunny day, I'll be there, okay?
She nods.
Okay, I'll see you soon then. I hope.
The girl waves goodbye as I turn to leave, remaining in the center of the clearing. As I get my last look at her, I know that I'm not imagining the sadness in her eyes now. I glance behind several times on the walk back, each time expecting her to have disappeared once more. But she stays there waving until the trees obscure her from sight. A splash of purple fabric against the brown and white of the forest. A little spark of light to look forward to. Let's go. She's already referring to the ghost girl as a spark of light in her life. With almost every step I take, I cast a glance behind me. I keep expecting to hear the crunch of snow or spot a flash of red hair as Tara follows me, but there's nothing. I'm alone. I hurry through the woods practically on autopilot. Less than a week ago, I'd have never set foot in the forest on my own, but now I already have the path to clearing memorized. It gives me extra time to worry. What am I even doing? Everything about the situation is extremely not me. Heading off on my own into a dark forest without telling anyone to go meet up with a ghost. Even thinking the word ghost still makes my heart lurch. I've seen her with my own eyes, and yet I still have trouble believing it. And I'm just trusting that she's not going to lead me to her lair and suck out my soul or something like that. I feel like Gretel, and I'm not even cautious enough to leave a breadcrumb trail. But still, I keep walking. There's something exciting in being on my own, in doing something without Tara. I can't remember the last time I had a secret from her, at least not a big one. Not telling her about the ghost girl feels a bit like rebellion. I feel like I deserve something exciting that's all my own. She and Morgan can go do whatever. I doubt Tara will even notice that I'm not around. And even if she does, it's something that she needs to get used to. I've tried to show her how to cut a video or frame a shot lots of times. It's her own fault if she still doesn't get it. Just like it's her own fault that she's missing out now. As I approach the clearing, I slow down a little. My usual trepidation overtakes me once again as I contemplate just how reckless this is. There's absolutely no guarantee that the girl isn't dangerous, that I'll walk out of these woods alive. Normally I chastise Tara for following for her gut instinct, which dictates probably 70% of her decisions. Yet that's all I have to go off of right now. The feeling that I'm safe with the ghost girl, that she won't harm me. I cross the threshold of trees and into the clearing. Just like other times, it's serenely quiet. Even my past footsteps are gone, erased by the wind or snowfall.
I'm here.
Somehow I feel like she already knows. The forest swallows my words, returning to frozen, pristine silence. Soundlessly, she steps out from behind a tree. A small smile sits on her face, though her eyes are slightly downcast. She waves, meeting my eyes for just a moment before glancing away.
Hi there.
My words hang in the still air.
Were you waiting for me?
We lock eyes again and she nods quickly, earnestly.
I hope it wasn't for too long.
She shakes her head and then she laughs. I'm not sure what the joke is, though.
What? What's so funny?
Once she catches her breath, she bites her lip as she ponders. After a moment, she shrugs and looks apologetic. I guess explaining a joke through gestures would be difficult. She sidles up next to me and I fight the urge to step back. Though I've decided to trust her, my instincts still belie my nerves. What she seems to be most interested in is the bag slung over my shoulder. She simulates opening the bag so that she can see into it.
Nosy, huh?
Immediately she backsteps, waving her hands in a frantic, apologetic motion.
Sorry, I was just kidding. You can look.
She regards me like a timid deer as I hold the bag open for her to see. Inside are a couple books I picked up in the village this morning. I hold up the first one, small and square and baby blue.
I got a really strange look from the person who runs the bookstore because of this one. It's a book of baby names.
God, why would you get that? Oh, I get it. You're trying to let her pick a name from the book to call her. Okay, you're fine. Her eyes go wide and she grasps at her belly, then points at me. It takes me a second to understand what she means, and for some reason I feel my face flush.
No, I am not pregnant. But I thought maybe you could use it to show me your name? If it's a name that would be...
This ghost girl's really cute. She is! Before I can finish my sentence, she zoomed back over to me, all sense of personal space once again discarded. She clasps her hands, a fiery look in her eyes, and hops up and down. Frankly, it's adorable. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. We're all sitting here entranced by the ghost girl. I'm getting exactly what I wanted.
Guess you're a fan. Okay, cool.
She eyes the book hungrily. She must be really excited to share her name with me. It's a little exciting for me, too. It's nice to see someone so happy about being with me. I fight to keep an overzealous grin off my face.
Okay, let's see.
I look around. Aside from trees and snow, there isn't much. I wonder if there's something about this place in particular that the girl likes.
Is there somewhere nearby where we could sit down? It feels a little weird to just keep standing.
Two bros reading a baby name book 5 feet apart because she's not even 5 feet apart, 5 centimeters apart because they're not gay. Fingers on her chin, she ponders, then she turns and points towards the woods even further in. I can tell from the look in her eyes that she's uncertain. I swallow a lump in my throat. I've come this far after all.
Sure, that's fine. Lead the way.
She does so, but never gets too far from my side. Every few steps she glances over at me as if making sure I'm still here. That feels a little backwards to me, but in a nice way. I don't really feel compelled to break the silence either. Of course, part of that is because any conversation would be one-sided. But also, she looks content, like she's just happy to be here. I am too. The silence doesn't feel vast and overwhelming like it has with Tara. It feels warm.
Women, cute girls, woohoo!
Oh goodness! Studio Rally, thank you so much for the follow! I appreciate it! I hope you're enjoying Heart of the Woods, because I know I am! Before too long, I realize what our destination is. This is nearly the same path that Morgan took us down just a couple dusks ago. I recognize some of the more grotesquely warped trees. You love this visual novel? Awesome! Glad to hear it. The art has been gorgeous. Like, I love all the different backgrounds that we've got going on. There's like several different ones for the woods, several different ones for the town. I think it's basically like one main room for our cabin, but then we have the 2 separate rooms as well. So lots of effort put into the presentation. The character art itself is gorgeous. They do fun things with the sprites to make sure that like it sells what the writing is going to do. It's all very nice. Plus the music. The music is great. It fits the mood well. It doesn't take away from any scene by being too distracting, but it's not just like random ambient noise. They're actually proper songs, and I really appreciate that.
We're going to that church.
Eyes wide, she nods, probably surprised that I know of it.
One of the villagers showed it to us a few days ago. Me and my friend.
Sarah Mancuso makes all of the Studio Ellen music, and she is so amazing. I will have to look into that artist then. Ho, 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 ho. Thank you for the tip. I was looking at the store, not the Steam store page, but it's like the page for this game on Studio Elon's website. Yeah. And I think they did mention that the soundtrack was all like custom made for the game, which is really cool. It feels weird to just call Tara my friend. Usually if I'm talking to someone about Tara, they've met her. The girl just nods yet again. As we reach the edge of the trees and the church itself comes into sight, I look around for traces of the monster we saw days before. There are none to be seen though. No snapped or toppled trees. No footsteps as deep as I am tall. Much like the girl beside me, there's no trace of its existence. I look over to the door of the church where she's patiently waiting for me. Once again, I fight back all my fears and hesitations and head for the door too. It's too late to turn back now. The door is still slightly ajar from our visit days ago. A thin trail of snow powders the entryway, but otherwise the church is dry. It's still unnaturally warm. I wonder if it has to do with the girl too. From the way she walks, I can tell she's familiar with the place. She heads to the front, stopping just shy of the altar where she turns around to face me. Being back here is a little unnerving and I slowly approach her. Though she hasn't given me any reason to be suspicious, the image of those monstrous eyes is ingrained in my memory. But this time, there's no howling wind or earth-shaking footsteps. Just the one girl waiting patiently. Ah! Look at that! Special CG! Cute! And I love the little like transparency on the ends of her dress down here. Very nice, very nice. I give her a smile as I sit down on one of the pews near the front. It's hewn from stone, smooth and rigid. She takes a seat right beside me. Normally, being this close to strangers makes me uncomfortable, but with her, I don't really mind. I see how it is. You're gay as fuck. Part of it is, of course, the fact that I can't feel her at all, but the other part is that it just feels kind of pleasant to sit together like this. I hastily pushed that thought out of my head. She is a ghost. She is literally transparent and insubstantial. I rummaged through the bag and grabbed the book of baby names.
Okay, so, first?
She bounces up and down with anticipation as I tear off the plastic cling wrap and stuff it in the tote bag.
Is the first letter early in the alphabet?
She nods and holds up one finger.
I. L?
2 shakes of her head. She touches her index fingers together and then uses her middle finger to cross between them.
Oh, an A.
Enthusiastic nodding. I flip to the first couple pages in the book. Right in the middle of the A's, the first name I spot is Amber. Impatiently, she leans over and motions for me to go further back towards the start. Turn the pages slowly, giving her time to scan. Ah, she's so cute. Look at her smile. On the very first page, she holds out a hand to stop and points. She's practically hanging over my shoulder to show me.
Abigail. Your name is Abigail.
She gives me the biggest, most radiant grin I've ever seen as she nods. Her joy is infectious and I can't help but smile too.
Abigail.
I repeat it and she looks even more joyful. A beam of light breaks through the glass window, illuminating dust motes that make it look as if she's sparkling. We lock eyes and I can feel my breath catch in my throat. The look in her eyes, pure, unadulterated happiness, is something I've never seen before. They shine with tears, the good kind. The kind that brings out the color of her eyes, the radiant kind. I didn't know I could make someone happy like this. I quickly look away, back to the now irrelevant book in my lap.
Anyway, Abigail.
Damn, you know a girl for like 2 or 3 days at most, and you're already talking about how the light is dazzling and how like she's so happy and you want to make her feel happy like this again. Fellas, I think that's fruity behavior.
I had a couple questions. Is that okay?
Abigail nods.
So, maybe this is kind of rude to ask, but are you a ghost? Or are you something else?
Abigail closes her eyes and with a sad smile nods.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what the appropriate response to something like that is.
Then, are you from Eisenfeld?
Nod.
Do you know a girl from there called Morgan?
She shakes her head. That makes sense. I'm sure Morgan would have mentioned her before if so.
So have you, like, been a ghost for a long time then?
I cringe a little as I ask. It seems gauche. Gauche? I think it's gauche. Though I'm not entirely sure what the proper etiquette is for this kind of conversation. In answer to my question, she nods again.
Do you know how long?
A shrug. She holds up 2 fingers, then 2 fists.
200?
Another shrug and a nod. Oh my god.
100 years.
I murmur it to myself in slight disbelief. It could be more. I doubt she's been keeping track of every day. The world out there, the world I come from, it may as well be another planet for her.
I'm sorry.
It's incomprehensible to me. I can't fathom that much time passing, let alone unable to talk to anyone. How lonely that must be. She's closed her eyes yet again, though I've been interpreting her silence as serene. I wonder if that's how she feels. These yes or no questions are practically the extent of what I can ask her. There's still such a gulf between who she is and what I know of her. Centuries worth of solitude.
In all that time, have you ever spent time like this with someone else?
Without opening her eyes or looking at me, she shakes her head again.
I'm the only one?
Damn. I mean, I get it. It's lonely being a dead person. I bet most people don't even realize that, like, she is a ghost, like a thing that exists. Because clearly this church has been abandoned, and she knows of its existence, so she must be tied to it in some way. Kinda surprised they're able to communicate then, since language tends to change a lot over time. Yeah, it's fine. Just hand wave it, let it happen. I fall silent too, my head still reeling. There are so many things that I want to ask and want to know. How did she die? Why did her spirit stick around? Does she know about the thing we saw in the snow? Why am I the first person she's shown herself to? But there's no way she could answer, and even if she could, I wonder if she'd want to. Is it impolite to remind a ghost that they're dead? It's morbidly funny to me that these are questions I have to ask myself. Tara would love this. Tara would. I pushed that thought out of my head too. Tara's not here right now. It's just me and Abigail.
Would you like me to read that other book?
Her grin returns, the moment of melancholy dispelled. Seems I made the right call in changing the subject. I show her the cover before I crack it open, enjoying that new book smell.
This is a book I read a lot when I was younger. It's about a girl who wants to be a hero, so she goes on a quest with her best friend to prove herself.
For anybody wondering why there's sometimes gaps, I'm trying to like very quietly hit my enter key, because I don't like it when it gets picked up on the mic. But sometimes I'm not pressing enough because my keyboard is actually quite sensitive, so if I just press it lightly, normally it counts, but sometimes it's just a little too light and it misses the input.
It's a little childish, I guess, but maybe you'd like it?
Abigail claps her hands and nods. I have a feeling I could read the dictionary to her and she'd be satisfied, but I don't mention that.
Okay.
I smooth the crease and open to the first page.
Once upon a time.
It's a story that I could probably recite by heart. My mom used to read it to me when I was a little girl, and it was one of the books that I used to learn to read. Or one of the books that I used to learn to read. I was both surprised and excited to see that there was a copy, and for some reason, every time I see the Y, I want it to be an I. It's still Eisenfeld. It's just the Y always throws me off. You'd think I'd be used to it by now after like 4.5 hours of reading that name, but every single time I go, that's not right. I settled into an easy cadence of reading. Though I'm not used to reading out loud, it starts to feel pretty natural after only a couple pages. Like my mom used to do. I give all the characters different voices. I don't have quite the range that mom does, but Abigail seems to enjoy it all the same. She smiles and laughs in all the right places. Makes my heart warm to see how much she's enjoying it. Her eyes are closed yet again, but she looks quite content. As we finish chapter 2, Abigail scoots a little bit closer and rests her head near my shoulder. Is she falling asleep? I pause mid-sentence, surprised, but resume just a second later. Though I can't feel her there, the sentiment is clear. I keep reading. Sometimes when I glance down, I can see that her eyes are open, reading along. Her lips mouth the same words I am. One time she catches me looking and blushes, but I just smile and continue going. Look at them! After we finish chapter 4, I finally pause. My mouth is dry and my jaw is starting to hurt a little bit. I must have been reading aloud for close to an hour. Rookie numbers. Come on, girly. Rookie numbers. Even though I stop, Abigail doesn't sit up or open her eyes. Her hand rests on my arm and I set the book aside. Do ghosts need sleep? That's another question I can ask, but maybe at a different time. Right now, I'm happy to let her pretend. Quietly, I hum a song. It's something from the radio, a title can't remember, but that's always stuck in my head. I'm extremely off-key, but I'm sure, but I don't care. It just feels right. Just feels right to hum a song to your sleepy ghost girl. Oh my god, they're adorable. She specifically is a rookie. That's right. You know, I won't hold it against her for her rookie numbers because she is actually a rookie. That is a good point though, randomist. If she's Abigail but is also incapable of audible speech, then when is she going to have voice lines? Like, maybe by interacting with her enough, she gets more present here on this plane of existence? When I stop, she finally opens her eyes and sits back up. As we gaze at each other, she mouths 2 words that I don't have to be good at reading lips to decipher. Thank you.
No problem. I hope you like the story.
First she claps and then she places one hand over her heart. I laugh, flattered but also a little embarrassed.
I think that's all I can do today, but we should read more sometime. If you want to, I mean.
I already know the answer, but she gives me an emphatic nod all the same.
Okay, it's a promise.
She touches her heart to get a nice smile.
I should probably head back to the cabin soon. People will start to get suspicious if I'm gone for too long.
Abigail cocks her head like an owl, curious.
I haven't told my friends about you yet. It's sort of like our secret, I guess. And I want to keep it that way for a little longer.
She smiles in agreement. Okay, alright. Now I would want to keep going. However, what the fuck do you mean final warning? Oh no! Okay. Alright, look, I've almost been going for 5 hours. I've been reading a lot myself, and it's not that my throat is getting sore or anything like that. It's just I can tell I'm getting sleepy. So, because we're gonna pick this back up tomorrow and play some more, I'm gonna save it here and call it. I am not going to raid out tonight because again, I am sleepy. So thank you guys for joining me. I'll see you tomorrow for more Heart of the Woods. It took me quite a while to get through a single chapter, and I don't know how many chapters there are in this game, so we might have a bit of a doozy on our hands depending on how things play out. For now, though, that's it. Good night! See you tomorrow!